What up, friends? Welcome in. Happy Monday. How we doing? If I have not seen you all weekend, I hope your weekend was good. We got us a weekly to do. Then we might do some random maps. Who knows? We will see. Welcome in all. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Lady Ravenous, hello. F1, Jay Marston, Juju. I haven't talked to you in forever. It's crazy. Echo, Dank, Poison, Pepper, Zone, Blue, Teeny, hello. It's Tuesday for you. Well, I should have known that. Hey, Mrs. Hightower, hello. What's up, Inu? How's all the friends doing? Wishing you all the kitchen ghosts. You son of a bitch. All right, we're good. All is well. We are here. Hello, friends. We started a little bit early. I was ready to go. There's no point in just sitting here. No point in just waiting. We might as well just go for it. So I figured, why not just go live? Hey, Copper, hello. Stick, hello. Freedom, hello. Can't wait to watch the freezing take forever. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just Grafton or if it's happening with like most maps. I don't know. I've been playing a lot of Grafton, so it's hard to say. But today will be different maps for sure. We might do, I was thinking about doing random all night outside of the weekly challenge. So we'll see. Gonna love the weekly. Had fun doing it with friends last night. Let's go. I know that Mare and Phoenix are joining. I don't know if Mr. Song is here or not, but we will see. We will see. Psychic Lady, thank you for the 18 months. Welcome back. Oh my God. Mare, hello, friend. Hi, Shauna. But I'm excited. Go random maps. That's what I'm thinking. Don't even have to think about it. You just go from map to map to map. Love the toe shirt. Isn't it great? I love it too. It's a good representation of our homie, you know? Oh my God. Camping while watching. Oh, that's cool. That's pretty cool. Wait, you said Tuesday for you. What time is it for you? Survived my first blood moon against a demon on professional. Damn. Now we need a Squeaker shirt. Okay, Squeakers is coming up next. Weekly with the mods and random maps. Yeah, I think that'd probably be the plan. We will see. Have I done the Ferryman of the Drowned? I have. I have a video on it and everything. Yeah. It does. If you search the tubes, if you go to my channel and you look up Ferryman of the Drowned, you will find the video. Random your first maps high school. I mean, that's just true. That's not even wishing like harm on me. That's just going to happen anyway, so I accept it. It is a great duck. I got to admit, it bathing inside of that gross bathtub though is questionable. Yeah. Oh, Amelia, you're fine. No worries. Don't you stress it. And Tika, thank you for the 17 months. I see you. Is there a kitchen in high school? Oh, there's a lab. Unfortunately, it's really far back. Just a nice little mud bath. Oh, I don't know if that's mud. Random difficulty, random map? I don't know about random difficulty. We'll see. We'll see. That's questionable. AGR, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But yes, we're going to start with the weekly. So I'm going to go ahead and open Phasmophobia so we can get rolling. Why isn't there a cafeteria? There is. There is. What do you mean? It's to the right. When you walk in the front door, it's to the right. I'm going to draw that duck. I like it. Can you draw it in a brown bathtub or a bathtub that has brown water? Hey, Death Goddess. How are you? Joker, welcome in. But no kitchen. Correct. They don't have anywhere to make the food. I don't think there's a kitchen, right? I don't think so.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Challenge was easy. It just sucks. It's all tier 1. Ah, it happens. It's all good. Yeah. Hey, what up, Shawshake? Been good. It's always a bring your own lunch situation. I got it. Understood. She-Wolf, hello. All right, let me get off the farmhouse badge. We've already done all that stuff. Drops are still active. If there's anybody that is curious, that is gonna, again, I try to repeat this every time we stream. It's gonna be going until the 26th. So you have plenty of time. 2 hours of watch time, and then you're good to go. Yep, claim it on Twitch. Done. So to finally catch a stream and not be at work. Hey, let's go. Got a day off, multiple days off. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. Let me make sure everything feels okay. We'll go through our spiel. Thank you, Mayor. Told myself I'd go to bed early, but here I am. Yeah, I mean, I tell myself that all the time. That's me every single day. You know what? Tonight I'll go to bed before midnight. No, I don't. Absolute bull. I wrote it to you so I remember to draw it. Otherwise, Swiss cheese brain. Hey, I feel that. Crow, it's like every single night. You know what I'm going to do? No, I'm not. Absolutely not. All right. Everything seems honky-dory, though. All is swell. Wanted to play more Grafton, but can't sit for a long time at the PC because oh, back surgery. Oh, yeah. I think Grafton takes a back seat to how you feel. My favorite mode is Nightmare. Love it. Love it. It is my favorite. It is challenging while at the same time it allows you the fun opportunity of being able to get evidence. Before midnight, I wish I could do that, right? Hey, Tool, how are you? Working on decorating a medieval barn design I did. Oh, that's pretty cool. But yeah, we got Bleasdale. So we're back. I mean, we're still at a farmhouse. What is your favorite custom? Well, that's hard to describe. I have a 1012 that I like, but answering the question of what's your favorite custom is me going through every single custom setting that I have for it. Yeah. Just got it. Any tips? Just got what? You guys are getting sleep. I mean, a couple hours at least. Godly welcome in. Yeah, like 3, 4-ish. Yeah. All right. Let me get rolling everywhere and then we'll start this thing. Hey, Fairy, welcome in. But yeah, drops will be active, like I said, until the 26th, and then they end. Looks like a fun challenge, but makes me worry for next week. I don't remember what next week's is. Max, welcome in. I don't remember what it is. Oh, Nightmare mode, any tips? Yeah, it's borderline the same advice that I give someone when they're talking about no evidence. Having a way to either eliminate or confirm that it is each and every ghost is going to be really helpful. Because on Nightmare, you only get 2 evidence, not 3. So you're left with a couple of ghosts and you have to figure it out by ability, hunt speed, visual, line of sight, all that stuff. So knowing how to eliminate the other ghosts is really important. So edumacations for sure. Hey, Raylan, I'm good. It's not as easy as it sounds. I don't remember. We'll see as we go, I guess. All right. Let me make sure that everything is kicking everywhere. And then, like I said, off to the races. Why is this so laggy? Okay, that seems okay. Maybe. Shit, I don't know. Finished the last night. I hated this challenge. What did you hate about it? The tier 1 stuff? I know it's tier 1. I know that much. Break. Oh, hi, friend. Oh, hey, how are you? I saw your message, by the way. I saw your message. I will make sure to check the schedules and things. Yeah. Yeah. Victoria, welcome in. What's up, Lunar? Skinny, welcome. Tornado, hello. Made my fiance and my friend laugh because I said AWSD instead of, oh, okay. I mean, listen, you do you, boo-boo. Yeah. High once is totally fine, Skinny. 17 times is definitely not even needed. Artsy, hello. Hey, what's up, Mira? The tortoise in the hair? Yeah. All right. That's good. That is good. Go there. Do one of these things with a side of one of those. let's see. And we're golden. Good. Golden, good, golden, good. Is there an M or E? Oh, hi, friend. All right, we'll do our spiel. After we do our spiel, then we'll move on, and then we'll actually do the weekly. Then after the weekly, I think I'm going to do random maps because we are finally done getting the badge for the farmhouses. That's already been done. That's finally achieved. So we can just move on to our other things. Yeah. So this week's challenge is tortoise in the hair. Give it all. Give it your all. This ghost is feeling especially frail. And this is going to be at Bleasdale to get our 5K. And we can see our settings here. Here are the player settings. There are the ghost settings. There is the contract. And if I move my camera down here, we can see that everything we have is tier 1. Oh, how exciting. I can't wait. Super jazzed. From Arena 2, it happened so fast. Yeah. Give it your all. This ghost is feeling especially frail. I think it's because tortoise in the hair, give it your, I don't know. It was weird. It's weird. I didn't have the cadence. Yeah. Waffles, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome in. Who didn't pay the bills? Oh, to get the upgraded equipment? You got me. I don't know. It could be my fault. It could be Phoenix's fault. We could blame Phoenix. No, we don't want to blame Phoenix.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
We'll blame Song. He's not here. Just gotta believe. Never. No, we blame Song for that stuff. See, even Mayor knows. Rain out. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
In need of help.
Blame me for nothing ever. Roger that. Sorry. Damn. It was a joke. Almost to my first prestige, and I dread going back to tier 1. You know, if you have a custom that you like to do and you can speed through getting to the tier 1, it's actually not that bad. It's really not. Bleezy Street. There we go. What up, Taco? Welcome in. Hashtag blame Song. That's facts. That is very much so facts. Marky, thank you for the blurb, friend. All the Yoshis. All of them. Reina, hello. All taken. You're okay. No worries. No worries. We're not going anywhere. Oh, hey, how are you? Alyssa, thank you. Ready to do some Bleezy Street? Been doing so much damn grafting.
Yeah.
It'd be a nice change. Unless the mannequin gets spawned by the front door and then all of a sudden it's glitching.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, that was interesting. It was a weird visual bug that I wasn't ready for. Hey, Victoria, how are you? Alyssa, Victoria, thank you guys. What was on the wall before going up the stairs? Oh, that was my plaque before the prestige system was added. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
I don't even know what you were trying to blame on me.
I don't know either. I think it was just trying to pass blame for whatever someone was about to blame me for. I was just preparing for the worst. And then we just moved it to Song, which makes sense.
If it's for being too awesome, then I'll take the blame.
Dang. All right. I'm too awesome. I can do that.
I'm too awesome. I need to like calm down.
Thank you, Alyssa. Victoria, thank you guys. All right. Well, I believe it's going to be us 3 from what it looks like.
Who will force us to play perfect games?
We're going to get done so fast. Things to take note of. Let's see. Player speed is 125. Ghost speed is 50. Activity is low. Changing favorite room is low. But it roams. Yeah.
3 evidence though, right?
3 evidence. Yeah. So we can speed our way to that. We basically find
What
the ghosty
tier
room.
Equipment is it?
A 1.
1.
Oh, okay. This will be fun.
Super jazzed. The cursed possession is random. It is random every time. So we'll have to look. Why not hire one of the mannequins? I mean, we could. We definitely could. Just started playing the game last night. Nice.
I
All right.
just carry around my emotional support dots pin.
Yeah, I think that sounds fair. I'll carry. Move on. 6 foot. Thank you for the 9 months. I love the Yoshi emoji for us. Oh.
Yeah, you carry that.
Listen. Do you know why there's a ghost in the dark theater room? If you mean the room in the lobby, that's not a theater room per se. Yeah.
Right, emotional
But it's
support
just lore.
Bastion and Cruci.
All right. What do we have?
Breaker's out in the
Livy.
porch.
All right.
Oh,
Off to the
okay.
porch.
I'll go
All
straight
right.
there.
I'll go flashlight. I'm going to go flashlight, EMF, and parabolic. I'll give it a whirl. We'll give it a try.
Don't see any balls yet.
No balls. Roger that. Did you just go bleh?
Yeah, I hate the sound of that door.
Was that here? What did I just hear?
The power is on.
Oh, gross. It's a summoning circle. Did I not?
Flame song.
Roger that. I'm hearing things. Are my headphones on backwards? Are we okay?
Where are you?
Oh,
right
there's
here at the
ghost
front.
orbs right there,
Oh,
yeah.
what
Oh,
is
yeah.
it throwing?
I don't know.
I'm hearing throws and I
definitely
keep
ghost orbs.
circling.
Oh, yeah. I just threw something.
Yeah, but oh, there it is. Finally. Holy crap. All right, I'm going to throw this stuff over that way. So
You threw the face.
I don't know. All right, let's get more stuff. My God. Ew, it's a circle. I know. Elvish, hello. The guests of the follows, welcome in. I'm going to bring a photo camera for funsies, and we'll grab one of those and a side of one of these. 6 a.m. shift. Ew. Blech. Blech.
I even saw the balls because
I'm sorry?
I only
Wait,
saw the
Ghost balls?
yeah.
Roger that.
Or
All right, I'm going to put one there.
Notification that there was orbs.
Oh, you saw the pop-up. Oh, that works. All right. Ghost, you ready for that photo?
That has been one of the most helpful things.
Yeah. Or
No,
is
no,
that
no,
the-
no. That's a book that I I got this book from over here. It's from there. There's no pen on that book. Wait a minute.
What?
Sorry. Sorry, that was a little confusing. My bad. It's understandable. What are the
There's
temps?
No UV though, right? In the salt.
Did it walk in the salt?
I didn't look.
Yeah, there's.
Oh,
a
it walked in
UV
that
right
one.
there.
Crud muffin. I didn't see it.
Yeah.
We got more
I'll read
writing
it
books?
myself.
Oh, no. It's my bad, okay? It's my bad. Oh, that's right. It's not going to really do much, is it?
No.
Yeah, activity's low and all that stuff. Hey, Elvish, welcome over. All right, Ghosty. What are you going to do, huh? What are you going to do, huh? Oh, no. Are the temps going up? No.
Is the you in this question me?
Oh, really? A trail of death, you say?
But it likes me.
Oh, let me go get some firelights. There we go. Lost Cat, thank you for the 20 months. Get to the chopper. There's no chopper. Give. All right, our sanity's rocking. I'm going to hopefully, I'm going to do a little Onryo test. Oh, all of them, Valerie. I'm everywhere. All right. Ghosty, are you an Onryo? Come on, do the thing. Do the thing. Writing. It's a mare. No, that's a mare. All right, we're out of here.
That's
Do the ting. That's right.
Okay.
Peter, hello. Welcome in. Hiya.
Make sure you have mirror circles.
I does. Easy
I
peasy.
have to double check.
Oh,
so
Valerie,
I'm
it's because
sure.
I'm using OBS and they don't like when you do that. Yeah. Don't forget the dog. No, we're not worried about. No, Josie's staying there to hang out with the ghost. It's fine.
Welcome back.
Easy.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Easy. Just got to find that darn room and then you're good to go. Hey, Kiwi, welcome in. All right, round 2 fight. How do you get the game so bright? I just turn up the brightness in game. I don't use a filter or anything. The main reason I do not use a filter is because I know that console players
I'll
can't
go
do it.
back to using that.
You know, using the stuff and the things.
I think that was a winning combo for me, so I'm gonna go with it again.
All right. I'm gonna do
So I have
Aramok
dots
again.
and Cruci so far.
Okay, I'm gonna stick with what I had. Juices.
Breakers by the attic.
Roger that.
Okay.
What is the weekly? The weekly is tortoise in the hair. I mean, wait. Is it tortoise in the hair? Am I doing it backwards?
I'll go get the power.
Roger that. Yeah. Tortoise in the hair. That's right. I'll do this. Hey Daisy, how are you? Filters? Yeah, there's some people that do filters.
Power's on.
Using like their graphics card, so using like NVIDIA filters to see the game brighter. Oh, that's us. Thank you, Daisy. David, welcome in. One of the less fun weeklies I've done. With the tier 1 you got to run with. Yeah, it's not the best, but the more people you have, the easier it's going to be. All right. I'm moving to the second floor to listen. I am doing the weekly, yes. Ghosty. It's definitely a little hard to see, but if you squint hard enough, you'll be fine.
Someone outside.
Devastator.
I was gonna ask.
Thank you for the 9 months.
Go off on the side of the house. Yeah, I think the ghost is out here.
Oh, is it? How was the day? The day was good, Allie. How was yours? Do we think Ghosty's over here? I think I just saw your breath.
Yeah. And the light over there.
Oh, okay. Did it do anything?
Oh yeah. It's Chili Willy's here.
Assassin! Thank you for the prime. That's crazy. Calling a mayor?
Yeah,
Okay.
It's like 4 degrees.
Okay. Let's get more stuff. To the truck. Kept being in the attic. Hunting when we went. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, we're getting a little bit lucky right now. It's in the front. Now it's just right off to the side. I'm going to bring these so we know where the ghosty is. That's a weird looking kitchen. Get out of here. Tazza, thank you for the prime too. Oh my God. To the Batmobile. All right, I brought some motion sensors so we can track Stinky's movement.
Okay.
Do we think it's walking around over here?
I think so, because when I was in the bathroom upstairs, I heard the side light,
Oh.
and then I also heard it from the office upstairs,
Oh,
and it's like 4 degrees. Out.
yeah, it's setting those off right now.
Okay.
Yeah. And they're tier 1, so I can't.
Walk through my
I could see if it's going
thoughts.
there. We can do that. See if it's going inside, outside. The bat sensor.
Walk through my dots.
Ghosty, walk through the dots. You heard her.
Yeah.
Do it now. It's not going inside. It's not setting the motion off. This is Bleasdale, Bruce.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Bleasdale.
No. Firm.
Oh, let me. Come on. There it is. All right. I'm going to go get more stuff. Do we have any evidence right now?
No, not yet.
What the? Gilded, welcome in.
We have freezing.
Oh, really? Freezies, you say? I'm bringing all the salt. Actually, 2 of them. Evidence overrated? Oh, I wouldn't say all that. I wouldn't say all that. a ghost just like this earlier, just being really passive. If I see it walking through, it's walking through this, yeah? Oh, it just walked over there.
Oh.
It stepped?
No, UV.
UV? UV freezing?
Yep.
All right, let me check Spirit Box. This is going to be tough. I'm going to wait and see if it walks to me. Hopefully it does. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Shit. This is going to be hard. Well, wait. Yeah. Oh, well, if it's a spirit. No, we don't have orbs, right?
Oh. No, I didn't see any.
Then we probably don't even have Spirit Box then. Okay. What a ghost room. I
looked on
know.
the truck again, and I still didn't see orbs, and we
Okay.
don't get dots. So
And we're looking at what? So if we're not going to have, we don't have orbs, no Spirit Box. It's a djinn or a demon. That's EMF or writing. You know what I could do? Hold on. You said the power was upstairs?
Yeah, by the
yeah,
attic.
it's in the hallway
Okay.
to the attic.
Roger that. Rough ghost. Yeah, we're going to try a thing. What are the odds I get a djinn with a djinn ability on this one? I'll try. Usually rescues Paul Josie. Yeah. Yeah. But you know, the weekly, the ghost is stuck here all the time like this. I think it's, you know, we leave it for. Shit. Okay. It does not throw like it used to. Yeah, that'll do. All right. If that goes off, it's a djinn. Got the badge. Let's go. Heck yeah. Victoria, thank you so much for the sunglasses, friend. Gravity keeps changing. I know. We got to get used to it. You figured if it was a demon, it probably would have gone after us by now. You know? They're hanging out with the ghosty. For the djinn to do its ability, you have to be near it. So we have a player near it. Gonna play Ghost Watchers anytime soon? I would like to. Yeah, when that is, I don't know. But I definitely would like to. Do the ting. Chinggis, that's getting as old as you are. Got him. Like that? Because he's a grandpa. Why are you so old? I don't know. I've got nothing up here. It hasn't done anything yet. Roasted.
Yeah, it just keeps walking back and forth.
Yeah, I haven't got. If it's a djinn, it definitely hasn't tried to do its ability. If it's a demon, it has not tried to do its ability. I like it. Get off my lawn.
Yeah, and I still haven't seen any orbs. I'm keeping an eye.
Come on, ghost. First one was good. This one's being a weenie. This one's being an absolute weenie. Deer Slayer, thank you.
Thanks, we are getting close to 50. I stepped out of the room. I figured as much.
It's boring, but it's worth a try because if the ghost isn't writing and it's not doing EMF things down there, any possible EMF 5s on the board?
It's dead right now.
The ghost is meant to not be active. It's also going to be 50% speed. Ooh, I don't know what the cursed object is. That's a great question. Misty, welcome in. Did we happen to see what the cursed object was?
I didn't check. I didn't either.
It is not Frank, and it is not the mirror. Because it's the monkey paw. Misty, how are you? Totally down for other. Oh, absolutely. 1,000,000%. Yeah.
Yeah, it's absolutely doing nothing.
Want me to make a wish or anything?
Don't know what would help.
Maybe activity. Possibly activity, or I mean, I could just wish to see it and see if it sprints.
At 50% ghost speed.
Well, you know. Oh, Elvish, have a good one, man. What is the weekly? The weekly is tortoise in the hair, hair. So the ghost is a big old butt cheese and it's not doing anything. So the issue we have is if it's a djinn, I mean, djinn or demon, it's not doing its ability. We're not getting EMF or writing. It's hunting. I wish to leave. Still hunting. Who am I playing with? I'm playing with Phoenix and Mare. Two of the lovely mods. It's hunting menacingly? It is. I'm wondering if, I mean, EMF for writing. There's nothing I can do. It's still hunting, by the way. Okay, it's done. I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, it threw the book.
Oh, it threw the book? So you're saying this is a djinn?
It was so slow.
Holy night.
Oh my god, it was so slow.
So it threw the book. Yeah, so it has to be a djinn. What a turd butt.
Phoenix and I have been looking for orbs just to make sure, and we haven't
Right.
seen any.
Goodness gracious. Anybody need a hand? Anybody need a hand? There you go. You guys can have it. No random guy, but you're more than welcome to watch them though.
50% is until I hear it. Oh, I'd be so mad.
Steal it. We're going to steal it. It's ours now.
There's the EMF 5.
Look at that crap. I hate it here. Whatever. What map is this? This is Bleasdale.
It's fine.
Get me out of here. Make sure Jin's marked. We're not coming back. We're out of here forever. Hey, Benny, how are you? Thank you guys for the follows. Welcome in. Good night. If the ghost is not going to be active, there's nothing we can do. Hey, there we go. It threw the book, so we knew it was not going to be writing because we can get 3 evidence. If you can get 3 evidence, and the ghost throws the book, you can cross it off. Well, let's just hope that game 3 is a little nicer.
Orb ghost, orb ghost.
Orbs. Or it's going to be a Dio. Probably not. Yeah. First time catching the stream. Well, welcome in, friend. It's great to have you. Oh, it sounds nice outside. Oh, look it.
Oh, pretty.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. All right. I'm going to do try the same thing I've been doing.
Breaker's in the
where's
storage room.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
How do you get the different backgrounds on the pics? The different backgrounds on the pics? Oh, the ID cards? Oh, you just got to get different ID cards.
Upstairs.
We're out of that. different ID cards by prestiging or doing different things in game, like completing certain maps like 50 times. The curse object is not the Ouija board.
Not Frank. Oh, I heard something.
Did I hear that near you?
Yeah, I don't know if it was in here. Or
I think it was. That sounded like a tub of liquid. EMF 5. It's down. It's back here where the power is. Thought I heard that because you know what I heard? Hold on. Where is it? Is it one of these? No, it's not that. I think it was one of these. I heard this. But here, throw it.
Oh.
I heard a boom.
Boy.
All right. So EMF 5. I'll go get more stuff. All right. Now we bring Josie.
See any orbs?
Josie's coming with. There we go. You sense an attic ghost. Well, fooled you, didn't we? Because it's not an attic ghost. Hey, Charlie. Thank you, dude. Save Josie. We saved Josie. This time, Ghosty doesn't get Josie. I'm bringing writing and spirit and more dots. Attempting your APOC 3. Nice. Bone where? You got me. This is the weekly. I don't care about the bone. Ain't care about no stinking bone. Tier 1 items absolutely makes it harder. That is 1,000,000% facts.
Yeah.
All right. If we have dots facing which way right now? That way? I could do one of these. Okay. I could put it like that. Writing down. Excellent. Mr. Song, hello. Gonna make the bone cry? Do you guys need a toilet steak? Is that what's happening here? Let's see if it's an everyone ghost. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Oh, it's an epic Mel Pants. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Are you Mel? Do you wear pants? Where are you? Are you here? Oh, it's the tier 1. This is going to be a nightmare. I need motion sensors for this. Oh my God. Hi, Mel.
Bring your thermo.
How are the rest of your games? I'm right here. Oh, no. Oh my goodness. Mrs. Epic Tight Pants. Thank you so much for the raid, friend. If you guys don't know Mel, you've obviously already effed up. One of our amazing Midnight Society members, one of my great friendos on the Twitch. How was the rest of the games, though? Did Glay live? That's the real question. Inquiring minds need to know. All right, get this, get this, get this. Ooh, have we even checked for UVs? Leesdale, yeah, it's where the weekly is right now. Oh my God, Mel, 44 months. What the fuck? That's a long time. Get the doll room. 3 games in a row. Okay, see, that's just winning.
No.
I have some salt here.
Oh, Flash has it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, I brought those. And hey, wait. I can spice it up for you. There you go.
Which door does he keep touching?
It's over here. It's one of these doors. One of the like these guys, I think. Maybe if one of them open. Yeah, maybe this one.
It's soaked in salt. It's not a wraith.
Okay.
It almost sounds like Batman
Yeah,
music.
still no UV, so I don't think UV.
Okay. Mel, thank you for the sub, friend. Sinful. I just threw the book.
Did you? Oh, no writing.
No writing.
Left hurt.
Aw, what happened?
It just doesn't like you.
But it's left hurt. Yeah, it didn't like me at all. Oh, it walked in the salt, by the way. It's twins.
Yeah.
Wee.
There was a lot of death tonight. Yeah, but was it fun? Twinsies. All right. We'll grab Malfurion and we'll grab Milo on our way out. All right, let's go. Wait, I have space for one more. Yeah. We'll grab Kai's dog. Hey, Faith, how are you? Easy game. Yeah, way better than the second one. That was way better than the second one. Holy crap. Holy crap.
Zoomed right through that. Yeah. We forgot about what? Oh.
There we go.
Wait.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we
Oh,
go.
there's Malfurion. Okay.
Yeah. We got them all here. All the friends are here.
I was gonna say.
Awesome.
No, I don't see Zuko.
Okay, we're missing like
Lies.
95% of the pets.
Yeah, how dare you? You
I'm
left
not going back
Hydra's
in for
dog
this.
Behind. How dare you?
No, they'll be fine.
What do you mean, Hattie?
Okay, all right, listen. Make sure twins is marked.
Yeah, I said Hydra's dog. Also.
Hi, Nate. How are you?
Patty, Hydra. They're
Reaper badge take 2. Yeah, it's the static version of the badge, not the animated. Yeah. Got to rescue the pets. We're not going to rescue all of them. Marley, thank you for the follow. Faith, thank you so much. Oh, my goodness gracious. Well, there it is.
Crushed it.
Crushed it. Second one was a weenie, but the 1 and 3, gold. Absolutely great.
And we didn't have a hard time finding the ghost room.
I know that was
Yeah.
Lots of complaints
surprisingly.
about that.
Surprisingly, we found the ghost room all 3 times pretty easily.
Yeah, so it sounds like other people's just skill issues, said what I said.
Dang. All right, dang. I think I know who's being called out. Well, guys, thank you so much for the games. I appreciate you.
Thanks for the game.
Thank you.
Bye.
Appreciate you. Bye. Oh, they're so funny. What are we doing now? I think we do random maps. We've been doing so much Grafton. Maybe what I'll do is I'll do one Grafton, and then after that, we'll do random maps. Because I've done a lot of Grafton recently, which has been good because it gives people the opportunity to see it. But it's been a lot of Grafton. A lot of it. What do you mean you're never going to recover? Dafoodle, what happened? Hey, Shattered, how are you? Mel, I don't know what the hell you're doing, friend. You have to raid and run. I appreciate you. I don't know if you and Glay need to snuggle, get snacks, whatever it may be. I know it's probably hot for you guys. Oh, speaking of hot, hi, Toasty. Yeah, Oliver. Yeah, I'm everywhere right now. Yeah. First game on Grafton, it was a demon. Oh, nice. Random Blood Moon High School, you shut your lips. Doctor, thank you for the freaking prime. Welcome in. My God. Red Lion, good night. But yeah, for now, what we'll do one Grafton, and then I think what we'll do is we'll do random maps. You made chili cheese dogs? Oh, shit. I'm down. First ghost on this weekly was a mimic mimicking a Dio. Oh, nice. Need a shower? No worries, friend. I appreciate you. No worries. Oh, we're going to see Godzilla? Ooh, keep me posted. I'm very curious to hear how it is. Thank you, B. Gonna end in the kitchen window. Shh. Nobody said that. Really want to play Hunt Show? You're obsessed. What did you say? You've been playing like 40 hours this week or something just in that game alone? I will eventually play it. It will happen. For those of you, by the way, that haven't gotten your drop yet and you're curious what it's going to look like, it's going to look like this. For anybody that's wondering. You watch for 2 hours. Any Phasmophobia stream that has drops enabled, this is the badge that you earn right now. This badge, this ID card and this badge. These guys. That is what you get. How much money do I have? I never pay attention. 196,000. Yeah. Bear, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. First, nailed it. Mermaid, oh hey, how are you? All right, so let's do a Grafton run, and then from there I think we'll do random maps. Unless I change my mind and we want to do something else. Hoping for a doll room. I hope it's something interesting too. All right. Nightmare Grafton, let's go. 35 hours started a few days ago. My God. Hope I see my breath. Game on. Finally had 196K my bank. Oh, IRL? Yeah. Let's get high school 3 times. Oh, yeah. If I get that, I might not play anymore. So you're playing Faz. Oh, I appreciate you. All right, let's go. Flashlight, temp, EMF. Temp is going to be interesting, but we can go get the power on real quick. Gloria Shipman. Capture a photo of the EMF, escape, and 3 photos. Sounds good. Look at all them herbs. I know. Look how good the map looks, though. Look at that. Looks pretty sweet. Random Grafton. Didn't expect that. Okay. Okay. All right. Lady with the cats. Think of it, the 21 months. All these primes, dude. It's funny, though, because even though we've played this map so much recently, when it's been a day or so and I come back in, it feels new. Holy shit. Well, that was way louder than I expected that to be. Oh my God, my ear holes. I don't know if that was super loud. Okay, that was very loud for everybody. Okay, good. So we'll make sure to turn that down. Holy hell. All right, well, we definitely know that the hype train started. I'm awake now. Sorry. If you're a lurker, I do apologize for blowing out your ear holes. That is my bad. Had me wondering if I leveled. I'm so sorry. Oh, streamer bot, why do you do these things? It's freaking out. It's not okay. Well, I hope the other sound isn't too loud. I guess we'll find out soon enough. F it, we're going in. What do you say? I will make sure to turn it down. I promise. That was really delayed. Almost loud enough for Song to hear it. Damn. Hey, look, it's our buddy. It says Squeakers. Bye, Squeakers. See, you guys think that we're aggressively throwing him and it's mean. We're saving him. We're getting him away from the ghost. Who needs eardrums? That's what I always say. Orange, thank you so much for the sub. Sparrow, thank you for the 5 months. Vanny, thank you for the beaties. Thank you, Noah. No, we're saving him. He's fine. What are you guys stressing about? He's fine. He was meant to fly. He was born to fly. You guys need to relax. Why we make fun of Song? Song opens up himself for that opportunity. And he knows it's out of love. Up snow? Any up snow? It picked up the pot and put it right back down. That was interesting. Let's try it there. And there. If the shoe fits. Damn. If the shoe fits. Hot diggity dog. Onto a table full of broken glass? No. It's a rubber duck. Y'all need to chill out. Give me this. Give me all those. We'll go get Squeakers in a second. Relax. Could have took him out of the building. Yeah, but then I'd have to carry him and he's heavy. California, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the 5 months. No writing. A. There's no need for that. That's not this kind of a train. Ooh. You're doing a lot of things at once here, Hotshot. Lizard has continued. Yeah, each hype train level up might be the lizard sound. Maybe. Because people are pressing buttons. Did you see the message in chat? Carrie, think of the biddies. Oh. I'm freaking out. There's all kinds of stuff happening right now. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, you walked. Wait. Dang it. Why is it not going over here, though? Hey, Ellen, how are you? Calden, thank you for the 5 months. You can't be a Goryo. Don't look at me like that. I'll do it again. Ulti vibes. It is throwing a lot. I'm well aware you can put dots on the ceiling, Allie. I'm very well aware. Ghost fart? Am I about to be farted on? Is there a fart coming from another room? It is! Look! Why? Leave me alone. Escape the fart. I did too. Nerd. I didn't escape that. Oh, crap. It's Grandma. EMF 5? Spirit Shade Myling. What is wrong with you? So the soap adder, I will. Dirty Grandma. Damn Dirty Grandma. Haven't heard that one. Yeah, there's a lot of new ones. Yeah. A couple of our friends have been going ham with it. Yeah. How much time you got? What do you mean, how much time do I got? What does that mean? I don't understand. Holy night. Okay, we're good to go. All right. I don't think this is a shade. I could be wrong here, but I feel like it's been throwing objects with us in the room with it, and I could verify that via one of these guys. Grandma needs a bath, especially. Not a bath in that. Not in that she doesn't. I only made 10, Blondie. That's it? Just 10? That's all? It's new and scary. Grafton, it is. I would have to agree with you. All right. Put this here. Oh, excuse me? Can I not? Okay. Hey! Our lizard. Probably. Yeah. Thank you, Teeny. I appreciate that. Joshua, thank you for the follow. D, welcome in. All right, now throw something. Throw something. No, don't go that way. Come back. Yes, throw something. Come on. Oh, that's a good one. Thank you guys for the hype train, man. I appreciate it. Holy night. All right. It's completely died. Jesus. Oh, that one's loud. Okay, okay, all right, okay, all right, okay, all right. You love that one? Ghost, where are you? Please. Okay, now throw something, you a-hole. Is that a Mr. Rafa? Okay, I'm convinced it's not a shade. I'm pretty convinced. Can we get some big old happy birthdays for Mr. Rafa, please? If you guys would not mind. Oh, thanks, Josh. I appreciate it, man. It's Mr. Rafa's birthday. He deserves all the loves and all the praise. Every single damn bit of it. You better give it. I need photo camera and a picture of the EMF. Really, we can do that. Dang, 9 months. Happy birthday Eve to you. It's going to be your birthday. Oh my God. What is the name of our Twitch child, sir? Oh, and you pooped in the sink. You sick bastard. She's hitting on me. I don't like it. Oh, the fart keeps coming from another room. Jesus. Tub was full already. Okay, fair. Valid. She's been super spicy. I'm kind of waiting for another opportunity here. Taco. There. Okay. Name it, lizard. Get out of here. You son of a... She's trying to lure me out of the room. I see what's happening here. I think she was in the other room as well. I think you're right. Now I hear over there. Never enough, lizard. Why the lizard sounds? Oh, you must be out of the loop. You don't know where this stuff came from. It is a meme. It is a meme from Disney. Because lizard. That's a spirit, right? That's very loud. Out of the loop. It was a post-credit scene. A post-credit scene from a Disney movie. Yeah. Yeah, Elio. I turned that on in time for her to make it red. So, okay. Listen, dude. My camera's downstairs. No. No. It's a missed opportunity. Dude, seriously. F off, lady. Mr. Chingus. Yeah, it lizards every time the train goes up another level. I think I missed it. I missed. I whiffed it. I tried. And she's done. She's super spicy, though. Do you still have Yoshi? What do you mean? I have Yoshi emotes and stuff. All right, I've got all the objectives. I don't know if I'm worried about this one doing full media. We just really wanted to see where the ghost room would be, and it's here. Let's go get squeakers and get out of here. What do we press for both? Okay, fair. Game Boy, we'll see, friend. It's hard to say. But no matter what, no matter how long I go for, I will definitely be going to more Phasmophobia after. So if you're looking to earn the badge, then you still have more opportunity. For sure. I'm conflicted because I'm not sure how to choose. Just flip a coin. Speaking of flipping a coin. Oh, let me get back to the lobby and show you something. I'm going to go spirit because it did not sound very quiet. It finally arrived. Yes, it did.
Welcome back. There's some jobs.
Elderly, hello. It did. It finally arrived. Yeah. We knew it wasn't a shade because it was eventing on us inside of the room, and we knew it was in the room because that motion sensor. We knew it was not a myelin because it wasn't a quiet, and we knew it wasn't a quiet. We knew it was a spirit because it's a butthole. That's why. Sailor. Yeah, I was supposed to get mine last week and then it got delayed. And I don't know why. B, Joshua, thank you guys. Oh, we have ads coming soon too. Oh boy. Okay. Well, this is probably a perfect time. All right. Hold on. Let me show you. So unfortunately, I think with the heat, because it came from United Kingdom all the way to me. And I think with the heat, the glue melted really weird on the envelope. So it was really tough to open and I could not open it clean. So it did not work. But this showed up today. Do you guys recognize what that is? Professor Hurt, hello. Yeah, I tore it. Yeah, I gave it a tear. What, Dad? That is the symbol from the Easter event from Phasmophobia. Inside of this, and I went ahead and pre-opened the top of this because, well, I was watching friends have a hard time with this too. Morgan, think of it the 23 months. Yeah, so there was a card inside. There was a card. If the ads do play, I'm so sorry. This little card guy. And it says, the jackalope has been revealed. Will fabled luck be on your side? Flip the coin to seal your fate. And what it means by that is this. So it came in this little package. Look at the coin. It is a two-sided coin. That says lucky and unlucky. I don't know what we could make use of, or if I just put it on the shelf. But yeah. Calling it is unlucky now? Yeah, probably. So I don't know. We have a coin though. Yeah, thank you for the biddies. So we can flip it right now. What's to flip it for though? There has to be stakes on the line. If it's lucky, then I get this. If it's unlucky, then I get this. What does it have to be? Yeah, it's very cool. Very freaking cool. I'll give 5 if you're lucky. How about this? Okay, I'll make you a deal, Chinggis. I'll make you a deal. If it's lucky, you gift 5. If it's unlucky, I gift 5. Literally the same brain. Literally the same brain. Okay. Deal? Deal. Okay. So we know we can tell which one is which. And what I'll do is I will do a classic catch and turn to see what it is. Okay. Lucky, unlucky. This is the first coin flip. I'm going to get unlucky. I know it's going to happen. Night Raptor, excuse you. We were, this is between me and Chingaling. Could use the coin when you get tarot cards. Oh, if I have to pull them or not. Oh, I kind of like that. Night Raptor, thank you for the subs, friend. That's what my wife called him. Yeah, that's why I called him that, because my wife called him that. Whenever I would I pull up, I watch Tater and Chinggis, especially on like Tuesdays. And I'll pull them up on TV, and then my wife is like, "Oh, we watching Chingaling?" Yes, ma'am, we are. Oh, she's so funny. Hey, Burn, how are you? All right, here we go. Lucky, unlucky time. Ready? I'm not going to cheat it. God damn it. Son of a bitch. Oh, shocker. I would get unlucky for the first one. Gosh, dang it. All right, give me a second. God damn it. Hey, Hunter, how's it going? Got to get to my channel. Give me a minute. This is again, this is great timing though, because ads are starting in a minute. So once those are done, once they play and they're done, then we'll move on and go to the random maps we're going to do. Chingus wins again. Yeah, that's what he does. All right. Well, enjoy the subs, friends. You can thank Mr. Chingus. Enjoy. Oh, it's going to play each one. Okay, sure. Yeah, there we go. King, Roselia, Cozy, Obunga, and Red Hawk. Enjoy the subs. This is why you don't gamble, kids. How do you check your progression? You need to go to the pin message in chat. Yeah. Go to the pin message. Excuse me, Mr. Chingus. Sir, double or nothing? Mr. Chingus, you did not have to do that. You didn't lose. I did. So much for the deal. I know. I'm waiting for these ads to start. Once the ads start, then we can let them run, let them get over, and then we'll go back into the games. But they're like taking a million years to happen. Just playing the waiting game. Playing the waiting game. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Chingus. Thank you, sir. He is a real one. Agreed upon. Nah, Chingus is my homie. Chingus is my homie. Does anyone really lose? Well, I guess that depends. There we go. There. Now they started. Okay, finally. Holy crap. Break! We didn't flip the coin for you. I do want to think of something to do with this, though. I don't know what, like I said, but some sort of like coin flipping situation. I definitely don't want to make it where it's just every couple of seconds. That would be annoying. But some sort of special occasion thing. But it looked fun. Thank you, friend. Did a new map come out? No. Unless you're, well, revamped Grafton. I mean, that did come out recently. Derp. Thank you for the subs. I know all the buttons are being pushed. Those sweet, sweet ads. My God. Derp, thank you. Break, Chingus, you guys. You guys are different. Raptor. Oh, shit, that's the goal. Oh, okay. Thank you for the gifted date. Oh, my God. Add it to the bad wheel. Unlucky spin. You. Oh, okay. Or I could add it to the mega wheel. Lashed Odin. Good God. Wheel time or later. I'm going to do the wheel as soon as the ads are over. As soon as the ads are finished, we'll spin. Yeah, what I'm going to try to do, I'm going to attempt, if it lands on gifted merch, I will do my best. There's nothing I can do. Why not both? I could, but I like the idea. Well, because the good wheel's the good wheel and the bad wheel's the bad wheel. The mega wheel, I like the idea, but think this could be something lucky, right? Which could be big for you guys in a good way, or unlucky, which could be bad for me in a big way. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shark bait. Is there a discount that I'm well aware of or not aware of? I mean, Cody, every damn time. Oh my God, it's MMA fight, dude. Morgan, thank you. Bokes, thank you for the sub. Welcome in. So that means it's time to spin the wheel. No, that is not what that means. That has not become bad wheel. Negative. Combat, thank you so much. Welcome in, dude. Vinny, what the? This isn't one of MMA fight, dude. There is a discount. Wait, is there really? What? Wait, since when? Your birthday or something? No, it is not. My birthday is not till December. Negative. Yes, it is. What? I'm like pulling up my phone now to look for this. Where? Love the stickers. Oh, listen, folks, I am always all ears, friend, for emotes and whatnots. I am always all ears, seriously, because I have room over there for it for sure. Mongo, thank you for so much for the subs. Vinny! We're month twinsies. Ooh, my birthday's on the 18th. Oh, yeah, I'm very close to Christmas. Very close. Okay, ads are done. We are back. A lot of you have been relieved of said ads. They're $24.99 instead of, oh, see, I don't know why that wasn't popping up for me. That was so freaking weird. Okay. I had no idea. Freaking weird. Okay. They're getting a workout. They are getting a workout. Ooh, can I open? I tried to open StreamerBot earlier and it was having a stroke. I'm going to try to force close StreamerBot and reopen it. I hope this doesn't cause problems. Copper. Thanks. Railroad, thank you. Copper, thank you for the subs. I feel like I've heard that version before, though. When you run ads, do we still count? Yes. Night Raptor, yeah. If you're subbed, if you have turbo, you still count. Absolutely. Just because you're subbed does not stop, like, it does not hurt ad revenue or anything. And again, I don't run ads for ad revenue. I run ads so that we can control when they happen. That's why I run them. Okay, things just happen. Orange, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Goddamn, guys, what the fuck? I run them to control when they happen. Okay, my goal was to go into my actions and to all right. I have turned down the hype train start sound by a lot. So hopefully that is good. Such an last Odin. Well, how the hell are we supposed to know? All right. We do have this to spin. So let's do this. But do they? That's a great question, and I'm not sure we have an answer. Nerd, you just bought a house? In the beginning. In the beginning. Join the Discord. Oh, Gloom, I appreciate you. Yeah, if you guys are not in the server, the link is there for you, friends. If you're not there. Frickin', is this your first house, Nerd? And the question is this the forever home or is this the starter home? Gotta go to bed. Good night, friend. Have a good one. I just clicked the wrong thing. Son of a biscuit. Sounds like me when I forget English after talk with family. Oh, yeah. In the beginning. In the beginning. There we go. Everything's caught up now. There we go. Thank you for the follows, guys. This is the haunted house. Hey, let's go. Second. Oh, it's a dream home. 12 acres. Oh, my God. And the kids love like you. That is awesome. That is awesome. 12 acres, man. That's a lot. What's so amazing about that is it's just it's endless opportunity that you have to do with it what you please. Yeah, wheel goes spinny, wheel goes spinny. It does indeed. Yeah. A gifted game. But that's amazing. Congrats. That is a massive step, especially in a day like today. That is huge. Freaking huge. All right. Let's do a quick giveaway. I need a word. I need a word. It's trying its best. One day this is not going to connect and it's just going to be gone and I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to do with it. Turkey, lizard, burger, goop. You know, lizard could be the word. I don't know why I changed it. All right, this giveaway is going to be for a random Steam game. And the word is not Lizard Kitchen. It is Lizard. Yeah, we're going to do Lizard. It wasn't meant to be Lizard Kitchen. If you guys type Lizard in chat, you are entered to win a free Steam game. I have the Humble Bundle, and I have so many games that I just don't have time for. So it's a really great opportunity to give these games away. It is just every month it is new games, and every month it is a very wide spread of games. Some completely random, who knows what the hell that is. Others, like AAA games that are worth a lot. So you guys enter this. I'll give you 60 seconds, and then we will roll this, pick our winner, and then get the game. You have 60 seconds to enter. The word is lizard. Really, it's just a great opportunity to make chat have to type in a certain word. So really, that's what it is. Shadow, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. Thank you all for the follows. Lizards are cool. Lizards are pretty cool. I would have to second that motion. Let's see. You guys have 20 seconds to enter. 20. Oh, yeah, it's got to be this game. All right. All right. I got the game. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll go. Your nickname in high school. Wife hates the lizard sound. I do my due diligence of walking around. Oh my God. You're just looking for trouble. You own a beardy? Ooh, that's cool. My uncle, he owned a huge lizard, but he also owned a tiny crocodile. It was the weirdest effing thing. Weirdest effing thing. It goes to a wit. You have a beardy? How many people here have lizards? What the hell? What the hell? All right. Hey, wit GGs, I am going to whisper you right now on the Twish. I'm going to whisper you on the Twish. All right. My keyboard was like stuttering. Okay, okay. It's fine now. That was freaking weird. All right, there you go, friend. It is sent. Thank y'all for the follows. Welcome in. Better some super worms. Lenny the lizard. Oh, that's a great name. That is a wonderful name. I have lizard phobia. I don't think that's the same as owning a lizard. No, I could be crazy here. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. It doesn't sound the same. Oh, that's right. I heard you talk about that. You have lizards in your apartment. They just come in. Whenever I would visit my my grandparents-in-law in Florida, they would have little lizards running around all the time. Yeah, little guys. Used to have 5 ball pythons. What the? My God, Drifter, thank you for the 2 months, dude. Watching a while. Finally felt like, oh, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Cody, thank you, dude. You're in Florida? There you go. How the game's been? They've been good. We just started with, we did a Grafton, and now we're going to move on to some randoms. Now we're going to do some randoms, but I do have to adjust the title. There we go. Hey, Dink. Hello. Gloom, thank you for the 2 months. God. Bat shite crazy today. I don't know what happened. I don't know if all of a sudden, like, lizard got into the veins. It could have been literally anything. Cannot stand them IRL, but it's simple. I just don't live in a place that has lots. Okay, that's fair. I mean, I don't have any running around, but I'm sure there's people that own them. All right, we are going to start off. We're going to do some random nightmare. We might change up our plan as we go, but for right now, random nightmare sounds good. We've been doing a crap ton of Grafton. Watch it give me Grafton immediately. Watch it happen. See the lizards had away before people did. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Don't touch them. No. They own your place. Yeah. It will. Shh. All right. Random nightmare.
We're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare
Now we're talking.
before starting the investigation.
Now we're talking. Tube, thank you for the sub. Welcome in, dude.
First object. Investigate it, but be careful. We don't know what it's capable of.
Tangle kitchen. Listen, okay, Tanglewood's not a large map. Okay, the odds of it being the kitchen, it's definitely up there. Gosh dang it. Potato energy. Oh yeah. All right. Danielle Garcia, we need to repel, capture 3 unique videos and 25%. All right. Maybe we can do some perfect games. Perfect games are, again, still in my opinion, not really worth it. I think it's just good if you want to challenge yourself. Basement. TBD. TBD. All right, nothing there. No hiding. Ooh. Hey, how are you? Oh, you're in that room. All right. Ghosty's in the nursery. Power's here. Don't you go trying to hunt me now. Perfect games are great once you get into a rhythm. What media to get? Yeah, I think the thing that I always bring up is just how it needs to be amped up. The amount of money that you should get from perfect games needs to be way more. It's just end of story. Especially if you're playing solo, because when you're playing solo, it takes so much longer to get that perfect game. It would make it worth it. It would make more people go for them. All right, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Did you already get the power, you sack of shit? Oh, okay, good. Not enough things to record. Agreed. And that's why I brought up the mannequins and the dolls and all that extra stuff. Like, they need to add more things for media for you to get. Yeah, I would agree. And I'm hoping that they are actively trying to figure that out. We're hoping so. But they haven't mentioned anything about it yet. I think you might do some games for chat again eventually. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Again, I've said that before. It's just not something I do all the time. Randomly here and there. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Chill. Salt, but only allow one photo to be unique, so people don't be. Oh, if you're talking about salt photos, no, I still agree with the change that they made. You taking a photo of salt, if you show a salt photo to somebody, if you take a picture of stepped in salt and show it to somebody and go, oh, the paranormal, are they going to believe you that a ghost stepped in salt? No, absolutely not. Hey, show, welcome in. Cos, thank you so much for the 17 months. Welcome back. Yeah, they're not going to believe you. And I think that's why I like that way of thinking of, would somebody believe it if you showed them this media? Not unless a footprint is attached. Right, which is why you get the footprint photos. Yeah, see? It all makes sense. Right. You question, okay, who the hell made the mess on the floor? And who was the idiot that stepped in it? That's what we would do. Sad girl, thank you for the message. Need to add an effect where when someone dies, oh god, I lost it. It's gone. They levitate off the ground and keep the choke animation. Ooh, footsies. See, footsies. I take a picture of that. Paranormal. Now wait, actually, give me this. Did you step in all 3? Wait, 1, 2. You didn't step in this one yet. Come here. Come here. Come here. Hey, Cursed, how are you? Come back over this way. You were so close to walking in this. I don't know why you didn't. Got it. Okay, come here. You know what? It's not even worth doing that. I'm going to go get more. I'm going to go get more. No? Yeah. UV Ghost is 2 free picks, Hanafi. It is, and that's nice. But when you're playing on no evidence, it can be really, really tough to get everything that you need. Really, really tough. Yeah, that'll work. Are you a horror movie fan? I am. I do like horror movies. My wife does not, so I don't get to watch a lot of them. All right, Ghosty. For now, let's do this. There we go. That. I have not watched that one. The weapons movie or whatever it's called. I have not seen that yet. I know what you're talking about, though. I've seen clips. Excuse the hell out of you, Ghost. Hey, 10. It's that girl. Thank you for the biddies. That poor teddy bear. I know. Okay. Shh. Wait. Did I get evidence yet? Am I losing my mind? No, ultraviolet. Did I get anything else? Got the entire Paranormal Activity for 28 bucks. Ooh, don't think so. Okay, well, now I did. Wait, I wonder if that would count. Hold on, go back down. That was, okay. I was like, that was freezing for like a second. Why did it all of a sudden just go away? Yeah. So now that should count. There it is. And I can go get the cursed object. That sounded sus. Didn't make it any better. Ure? It can't be a Ure. Boner? Yeah, we'll go get it. We'll definitely go get it. Phoenix, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Fire extinguish, that's it. Physics, am I right? Yeah. You're not wrong. Has a shy handprint? What the hell does that mean? Oh yeah, no. That's not a Ure. The Ure's door slam should be overly aggressive. It should be crazy, but it's not. It's very weak. Yeah, might be. Hello, welcome in. Watching Doc the other day and the ghost threw the video camera on top of the bookshelf in the living room. That's mean. Could he even reach it? It's not very nice. Ugh, missed it. Excuse me. Not this again. Oh, you son of a bitch. Will this fix it? Hey, that actually worked. All right. No orbs? No. I don't think so. I mean, I definitely could double check. That wouldn't hurt, would it? We can turn these off. We're not going to get dots. No, it doesn't look like it. Hey, what up, Sasquatch? How are you? Let's put this crucifix out here. What else do we need here? One more photo, so we could go find the bone. Yeah, let's go find the bone. I have a smudge. We'll be fine. You son of a bitch. EMF photo. I think I already have one. So get the power back on. Famous last words. What? How many people do you listen to that say, I just need the bone? Or I need to photograph it? Hey. Oh, I have a smudge. It'll be fine. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very fair. Where's our boner jam? Is it going to be sitting like in the middle of the floor in the bed? Nope, it's right there. Edgefield upstairs hallway ceiling. 8 your dots? That bastard. Game Boy, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. He has a smudge, but does he have a lighter? Yes, he... Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Wait. Hubba. Oh, wait. Oh, I guess that was... I can't. Yeah, that's useless. Give. Okay, we're good here. So, I need 2 more sounds. I need 2 more videos. I could get the fire. Got the object throw. Nice. The ghost had a bone to pick with me. Yeah, I hate it here. Get back. Oh, wait, did I still get it? Oh, you dirty hooker. Oh. That was rude. Shut up. Okay, that was kind of cool. Oh no, I already had that. God damn it. But I can get the Cruci though. You have Paramount Plus. Final Destination Bloodlines is on Paramount. Ooh, okay. I do have that. Okay. Would you please relax? That's all unique. That's all unique. Unique New York. Unique New York. I've got Burn Cruci, Fire Extinguish. It has yet to try to say anything else. Hey, what up, Jen? It has yet to do a whisper, a shush, a laugh, nothing. And we are between Demon, Hantu, Jinn, and Mimic, which I don't have orbs, so I don't think it's a Mimic. I think it's a Demon, Jinn, Hantu. Where? Where? It's in the walls. Oh, yeah, it did turn off the breaker. Fair point. It's a Demon or a Hantu. Yeah. Repel and 25. Roger that. Give me you. I can use the mirror, honestly. I'll wait. Listen, dude, you are... Would you F off? Are you in the wall right now, homie? Oh my God, it's an MMA fight, dude. Drifter! Thank you for the subs, dude. This is an eventful round. Gosh dang it. There's too many dads here. You're gonna eat this, aren't you? What if I take it all the way over here? What do you do now, hotshot? Needs a hug and a Sammy. Well, Sammys are in the fridge. Come on, little Hantu, come on. Demon, nailed it. You're doing great, sweetie. Look at that stank breath. Do you see that stank breath? Yeah. Nice little verification for sure. No, it's not a lizard either. No. Oh, I needed to repel you. Oh, gosh, dang it. I got too excited. He's wheezing. Yeah, he's having a really hard time. Falling apart, man. I forgot to repel. I got too excited. All right, let's try this again. No, there's a lot of guessing happening right now in chat that there's zero need for. It's a Hantu. Hey, Sushi, how are you? Drifter, thank you for the subs. Dinks, thank you for the gifted. There you go. Poor little guy's out of breath. So you don't want to loop him here too long, because if you loop him here too long, then the room gets cold. So you take the Hantu to a warm room, and he's still slow. See? More asthmatic than you? Oh. Well, I don't know if that's a brag or not. Photos, videos, audios, fire, burn. Okay, we're good. It's a deal. Maybe you should get a little closer to test it. No. Sad girl, I think we're fine. And thank you for the message. Nice. Haunter. Nice. Nice little perfect. Oh, it's one of those slow demons we've heard so much about. Oh.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Yeah, the burn cruci sounds like a small bomb. It sure does. I hope that gets fixed at some point. See you, Marlon. He's cold. Let him hug you. No, I still really want them to make that I'm cold or cold, whatever it is, sound unique to a Hantu, and just make it really, really rare. Make it super rare so that when you get it, you know it's a Hantu or it's a mimic mimicking a Hantu. And it's just another tell that's random. Why not? I think that'd be super cool. F them shoes. Ah, that's up to the game. All right, but there's our Hantu. Nice. Will the random gods continue to be nice to us? That I don't know. Love that. I think that'd be super cool. Mystical, thank you for the biddies. Bad wheel. Oh, shit. I hope they reworked it. I can guarantee, Matt, that they will. The ghost events, the ghosts themselves, everything is going to be reworked by that time. For sure. There's no question about it. Yeah. No, Silas, you can't. You got a stinky mimic. Oh, no. My favorite map is Willow. I love it. Willow is my jam. And I can't wait for the day that they revamp that one. Can't wait. The Wheel of Despair. Yeah, that's what the bad wheel basically is. It is a Wheel of Despair. Shut up, Railroad. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Having a Hantu in a warm room. A blasphemy. Which spirit box response is mine? I have 3 different responses. The most popular one, because I think because one of the most common questions that somebody's going to ask is if the ghost is there. So they'll say, are you here? My response for that on the spirit box is right here. And then my other 2 lines are this person died. And what's my third one? I always forget my third one. Right here. This person died. I forget it already. Active killing. There it is. Thank you. I couldn't remember. Thank you. I always forget that one. Yeah. All right. I have a bad wheel. It's bad things. So, yeah. Anyway. Oh, Mayor, why are you this way? I thought you were going to be nice. Oh, they never say bean. Never. I alternate. You do. I mean, that's very fair. That is a good point. Last time was beans. Yeah, but it was spicy beans. 2 votes for soda. Listen, this is not a democracy. Gosh dang it. All right. I don't even know where they are. They're here. What is this? You complained last time I said, I'm going to complain every time, Mayor. Oh, it's coffee. Oh, great. Cool. Awesome. Great. Space, thank you for the 2 months. So, thank you for the heart me. Yeah, it's coffee. Want to see it? You want to see it? Here, it's coffee. Not going to taste like coffee? Absolutely not. No shot in hell is that going to actually taste like coffee. At least it's not ranch water. That's a very fair point. Andre, welcome in, man. Where do I find these? On Amazon. Good luck, have fun. Thank you so much. Cover. Thank you. Hot dog water is better. Kenzie, welcome in. Oh, Jack. Ow. I'm all right. Which one is it? It's coffee. That smells like an old person's house. Like the toe shirt? Thanks. He's chilling. He's chilling here. He's chilling right there. See him? See his little face right there? See his little face? Does it have caffeine? No. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. All right. I do have a drink next to me to chase this with. Matches the sticker. Ah, yum. Save toe, always. Listen, we're doing random. If it decides to give me Maple Lodge and then we save toe, we save toe. What is the worst? Ranch. It's the only one that has literally made me gag. Wonder if this is what Chiba's Keurig tasted. So there it is. Cheers. I can only imagine that's what like licking an old person's walls like. Didn't you? Yeah, I don't sip it. No, we don't sip those. I don't think so. Oh. Nope. It's like a knit blanket in plastic wrap. Ugh. It's like the water in the sink. Oh. It's like the tub water. Gross. Oh, what was the best one you've tried? Pickle, probably, because it's pickle. I mean, it doesn't taste great, but it doesn't taste that bad. We're fine. Yeah, I'm good. We're good. Have I played Peak? I have played Peak. I'm hoping tomorrow, which I should be able to. I'm double checking, making sure. Tomorrow gonna be hopefully joining our beloved friend Phoenix for some Peak. Imagine playing Peak tomorrow. Imagine. Listen, the only way I'm gonna get to the top is by playing with you guys. That's just the way that it is. Did it taste like? No, it tasted like the tub water that was inside of Grafton. Yeah, so when we hit the first of that is a good wheel, the second of that is a bad wheel, and then if it goes all the way to 2-0, then that's the mega wheel. Yeah. Ew, tub water. Quite decorated. That is very true. Dad, is that you? No, I'm still going for milk. All right. On to another random so we cannot think about that drink. All right. Random nightmare. Where are we going? Oh, my Lanta. What is going on? First Tangle, now Willow? What the hell? What in the absolute hail?
Reports of light switching, possibly harmless.
The random gods are being very kind to us. Very kind. Have you tried that? I have tried every single soda there is. I've tried all of them. Yeah. Every single one of them I've tried. All right. Rigged? Listen, it is what it is, man. Hey, what up, Queen? How are you? We're ready. Thank you for the follows, guys. Sorry, staring at the wall. I just was making sure everything was set up. They will curse him soon. Soon. Jay, welcome in. Okay. Well, my stomach feels weird. Paul Huntley, firelight, video camera, sound recorder. Then let's do video camera, firelight. Yeah, let's do that. Maybe we can find the ghosty by getting the firelight to get blown out. Random buttons, paid actor. Listen, to be fair to me, I would say more times than not, my random is awful. How's the new map going? It's great. The new Grafton, love it. Love it, love it, love it. I think it's awesome. How's the wheel work? Oh, it's the sub wheel. Sushi. All right, our hope right now is that Ghosty's going to decide to blow my firelight out. 'Tis the hope. Did you get the new badge? I did. Yes, I'll have a video posted. I'll probably post my farmhouse badge video tomorrow, and then I'll post the weekly 2 days from now. You sneaky mother lover. Look at this. Look at that bone. Really? Okay. Oh, Drake's coming back. Oh, Chronicle, thank you so much for the 2 months. Spike, thank you for the 4. Trying to get you. Yeah. What the? That wasn't even near me. Why did a fart just manifest from the corner? Oh, hi, Frank. Was it you? Did they patch the Sunny Meadow? Well, it's not a glitch. It's just a bug. It's a bug that the bone is spawning in the same spot every single time. That ain't a glitch. Oh, were you over here? Jesus. It scared me. Oh, hey, F them shoes. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. Yeah, okay, it really is effing the shoes right now. Get wearing. Jerry, thank you for the follow. Welcome. The ghost is long distance farting. Yeah, it's gonna cost extra. Best feature so far, that bone. Yeah, for those that don't know, there's a bug right now in Sunny Meadows where the bone spawns in the same spot every single time. Yeah. Hopefully they'll patch it soon, but what if it's not patched and you just so happen to get Sunny Meadows? You know where the bone is. Easy peasy. All right, Ghost. What are you doing? You leave Frank alone. I don't know. The fart came from his room. I'm just gonna throw that out there. All right, we've had one firelight blowout so far. I just want to make sure I keep track of that too. I am gonna bring one of those just in case. APOC 1 will be so much easier. No, it won't. No, the bone has nothing to do with apocalypse runs. Yeah, I've seen that comment a lot actually. Hollow Tree, welcome in. Yeah, the bone has 0 to do with apocalypse. So it'll help perfect games for sure. If you're on Sunny Meadows and you want to do a perfect game, absolutely. No, you're good. I've seen the comment a lot. You are not the first person to say that. It is cold in here. Hey, Dench, how are you? Perfect game, Sunny Meadows impossible? No, it's not. No, absolutely not. No, even whenever the bone spawns randomly, it's just a matter of finding the bone and taking your time, getting all the media. Oh, look it. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's really not. Hey, what up, Seer? Or See It, sorry. I thought you had to get the bone. Nope. For APOC, you need to get, for your APOC runs, you need to get the ghost correct, get the objectives, and get a photo of the ghost. That's it. You do not need a perfect game. You do not need the bone. Ooh, fire extinguish. Record. Nailed it. There's 2 firelight blowouts. So I'll bring that. I've got a crucifix in there. This and this. And survive. Well, yeah. Sorry, I did forget the most important part. You do have to get the ghost correct and live. Can you show us the trophy for the demon face hug achievement? Yeah. When we go back to the lobby, I can. For sure. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? Was that out of this room? Touch any windows, any doors? Shield, thank you for the 5 months. Life's been so rough lately. Finally back in position. Oh, I appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Well, I hope that things get better. Let's go and do this. Off to bed. Good night, Juju. Thank you, friend. Still chilling in there, broski? Had a Hantu for my APOC 3. It was terrifying. Hey, I would take that over like a gin any day of the week. Okay. I'd say Onryo is out of the question. That's a 3rd firelight blowout. No hunt. Interesting. I think I'm just getting unlucky with what evidence I'm trying to gather. Watch, it's going to be like freezing and ultraviolet. But in the vids, you always talk about drops. What is that? Oh, here. Yeah, there's drops that happen on the purple side over here when you watch the stream for 2 hours. It only lasts for a certain amount of time. You threw my camera, you mother lover. So the one that's happening right now lasts until the 26th. Oh, was there dots? Wait, did I miss it? What do you mean dots? Did I not see that? Am I confuzzled? Ought to be a stanky Goryo. Or did you see it when I went over like this? Very confused. Thank you for the follows, guys. Welcome in. If you guys are here and you're not already a part of my server, my Discord link is in the chat there, and so is the rest of the socials if you guys want to check out the YouTubes or anything else. Oh, meaning it's going to be slow. Oh, I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. No freezing yet. Okay. What are we missing here, dude? Oh, there's writing. Did I record the writing from the truck? No, I didn't. Okay. There's writing. It's not a mirror. Just turn on a light. Wait. Can I check for the fingerprint on this light? I don't know if I can. Is it a Pulte? Oh, I don't know. You can? Where? Is it just like a big old handprint on the globe or something? It appears on the glass ball. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing it anywhere. It's throwing a lot. It is throwing a lot. But man, it's not giving... Not giving me anything though. If it's EMF 5, what a jerk, because it's not doing it. It's throwing a fit. Well, I would love for it to just give me evidence, because it's not. Possible orbs. My breath is still in here, yeah? CRT. Yeah, it's still here. I got nothing. Jen. Lizard. Hi, Frank. Again, a bunch of EMFs, but none are 5. Might be a 5. It is throwing a lot, isn't it? Spirit box, ultraviolet ghost writing. Where are you?
Taken away.
Where are you?
Taken away.
Are you here?
Far from there.
Where are you? Are you near?
Far from there.
Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? It's taking a wee in the shoes. No, it's taking a fart in the everything. All right. Throwable items. We're gonna put you all right here. You absolutely. I don't know where that mug came from, but it does look like it was definitely chucked. Put all of our stuff here. I do have a crucie here, so hopefully that'll save our life. Kitchen? No, it's not in the kitchen. Rip laptop? Okay. Listen, they were willing to leave it, so shame on them. Hey, more shoes. I've got shoes for you. There you go. Okay, give you the mug. That should probably be enough, yeah? Probably be enough items. The chat box? What do you mean chat box? What does that mean? Why do you keep asking questions after it answers? Because I'm trying to get myself. It also helps you know where the ghost is. Because if I do this, where are you? Where are you? And sometimes you get a response that tells you exactly what ghost it is. Point, set, and match. That's a they for sure. And it's writing, so it's just a guarantee at that point that it has to be a DO. It can't be anything else. All right. Unique video and sound. Roger that. I'll take it. Well, that was easy. First we get Tanglewood, then we get a frickin' Dio at Willow. What the hell's happened? What's going on? Come on, Ghosty. We'll go get the photo camera and do all that jazz. I just want to try to get the media while I'm here, like the audio. Yeah, F that shoe. Record the Dio breathing. Oh, it's gonna be tough. Hold on. I could try. Yeah, let me give it a shot. Nope. I don't care. Nope. You know what? Yeah, I'll get that. Shush. I want that, whatever that is, to go away. F off. No, stop it. Stop giving me that sounds. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Okay, this is becoming too easy. Something's gonna go wrong. Something's gonna go wrong. Sorry for your ear holes. That was probably loud. CG, thank you for the 3 months. Hey, how are you? Hey, how are you? Got it. Got it twice. Yeah, and that was the first response on that second try. Well, sorry, twice in a row. It was the first response I got when I started talking to the box. Yeah. Video. Have I recorded any video? Object thrown. Oh, I've already got the fire extinguish. Okay. Let Let me cycle it through my inventory. What else do we want to get? I could get the ghosty hunting. We could definitely do that. I could go get motion sensors, salt, all that stuff. More ghost writing. Yeah, that's true. All right. I'll go get more stuff first. Walk the Dio. Yeah, we will. But I need to get more things so I can capture more media. Like an echo chamber. Wait, what, Matthew? 2 houses of random Dio breath. First try twice. Something's bound to go wrong. I know. That's what I'm saying. All right. I've got that. I've got that. And we need the photo camera. Sounds good. I have no idea what my sanity is. I have a feeling that it's pretty low. Shut up, California. No, it's not. It really hates the shoes. You hear it in there? Throwing a hissy? Throwing a hissy? Give me this just in case. All right. Motion, please. Picture the EMF. Yeah, I'll get there. Oh, I got to go get... I could get the book for another video if I want. I just don't know why it's not... Hello? What is going on? Ghost? Hello? It's... Yeah, I see. I still have breath in here. I don't know why it was doing that. You got me? All right. We have writing. Get it to throw something, then we could do that. Or, I mean, I could do this. Hey, what's up, Moon? Ooh, I heard it. Go. There we go. 2 more. All right. I could do bone. Prestige 20. Shit. I don't have door move, do I? I don't think I do. Well, that's menacing as shit. I don't think I need this. Yeah, it's fine. Got it. Got it. Got it. Wait. Yeah, got it. Okay. Chris! Oh, Chris, thank you for the gifted, dude. And Jenny, thank you for the 27 months. What the fuck? What do I think about Horror 2.0? It can't get here soon enough. All right, that's it, yeah? That's all she wrote? The Cruci? Oh, yeah. You're right. I forget every time. You're damn right. Ghost's in here having a jam sesh. Excuse me. Oh, it ate the Cruci once already. Oh. Time for the nightly walk? Yeah. You never know. Might want to watch some TV. Oh, never mind. It's coming here anyway. Ghosty! Let's go have a Sammy. Look at him. He's so adorable. Isn't he cute? Watch. We can see really how cute he is. Watch this. Give him a hug. I kind of did. Dio walkies. Yeah. All right. Double check. Always double check. Good. Ready to rock. A face only a mother could love. Well, a mother or us, I think. I think we're pretty accepting of others. Late to the party, Chris. You're good, man. I appreciate you. The guests of the follows, welcome in. Been a minute. What up, Derpy?
Welcome back.
Oh, you little Dio. Well, that couldn't have cooperated anymore, I don't think. I think that's about as good as it was going to get from that thing. Hey, get the Dio growl response on the sound recorder. Okay. I love it. Awesome. Love it. And ads are coming. Guys, if you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, don't worry about it. I am going to wait here in the lobby for the ads to be done. Once they are done, we will continue. So, BRB. Oh, Matthew, it's going well. I was talking to Aegis and Pred. Aegis and Pred, the freaking amazing beans they are, got me a head-to-toe image of Patient 07, of Pam, for me to use for the cardboard cutout. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Jen. Yeah. I would love to see it. I'll make sure to accept it. Yeah, so they got me a full image. I need to respond to them because they were asking about like lighting and things like that. Like they are pretty amazing. When will we see her? Well, I would like you guys to wait until it actually gets done and it's in my room. Yeah, but that's what it was. I was waiting for that. So it'll be great. Oh, they're running. Oh, yeah, my bad. Sorry. Did nightmare mode earlier. Randoms gave me a lot of praise. Oh, really? So that's what it was. It was, you were taking away all that from me. Yeah. Try to share in the server, but oh, it wouldn't let you. Oh, I understand. $90 ads. What? Wait, what? Dig. Thank you so much. 28 months. Spamming how to get your key card. Well, first of all, they're not called key cards. Second of all, not spamming like a shit would probably help you get an answer too. Splash, thank you for the 26 months. Chris, thank you for the, oh, this is your first sub. Get out of here. Can this year's Halloween hoodie come in 3 times? Blood Sable, it's whatever Fourth Wall offers. There's nothing I can do outside of what they offer. If I'm hoping I can find maybe a version of it that allows it to come in that size. I definitely can try. Yeah. Oh, Crimson. No. That's not getting mad. That's annoyance that ends with me blocking somebody very quickly. Yeah. Mrs. Trickster, hello, welcome in. All is well. Morgan, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Welcome. Wonder what will happen with 07 when horror drops. I wonder if we would expect, oh, might keep her as is. My assumption would be they would keep her as is because she is the only ghost model that was created by them. That's, I would assume, because she didn't always look the way that she looks right now. She used to look different, and then they remade it so that she looked way creepier than the way she looks now. He's not mad, he's disappointed. It hasn't come out yet. Absolutely not. Grizzly knows. Grizzly's like, nah, that's not it. That ain't it. Dream, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Mrs. Trickster. Thank you so much. Murphy, hello. She's your favorite. She's pretty great. Yeah. Pretty great. Amethyst, hello. Dream, how was your stream? She is quality creepy. I think that's a really good way of putting it. Why change her? I don't think they would. Another Grafton drop? Yeah, the static version. If you don't have the static version yet, it is available right now. Yeah. So it is, I'll show you. There's 2 badges. One you can't earn anymore. That was the animated version that is already come and gone. But then there's the static version that you can earn right now by watching a Phasmo stream for 2 hours that has drops enabled. Yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Trickster. Appreciate you. Didn't know it was animated. It's really subtle. The one, if you got this one when you were watching a kinetic partner for an hour on the first round, it's right here. Shh. It's really, really subtle. So you might not even have noticed. But yeah, But yeah. Wait. Oh, wait. Are we giving it a shot? Oh, so if you guys type join in chat, you could win a Goo shirt if this works. If this works, I think I owe you guys a merch giveaway. If it does, and I can re-roll it. I've been waiting to re-roll it until I knew that it was working again. So I guess this is how we're gonna figure it out. I am max prestige. Yeah. 20 is the max prestige that you can be. But yeah, join. There's a Goo shirt up for grabs. Whenever those do happen, when you see them pop up, they are 60 seconds, by the way. So it's funny. I put in like a thing in their server about like trying to get help, and it was gone. It's been like a couple days with no response. And I saw other people getting responded to. So I was like, hey, just pushing this. And I immediately got a response from a mod that was like, they'll get to it when they'll get to it. It's by date. Pushing does nothing. It's like, well, that's cool. Just watching the people around me get answered while I'm sitting here sticking a thumb up my ass, I guess. I'm gonna be honest though, I don't see it popping up in chat right now. Unless it happened and I missed it. Which would mean that it's still broken. Oh, Lim, you're good. No worries. You're good. No worries. I tried. Oh, thank you so much. Bloodstained. That sucks. Well, poop. Well, there's another one that I guess we're going to have a day of just merch rerolls whenever that decides to get fixed. Yeah. It is an absolute bummer. I would have to agree. That sucks. That's so dumb. Well, yeah, it didn't actually do a giveaway. It didn't happen. So yeah, or you got to do them the other way. Yeah, the only other way I could think of doing them would be creating a giveaway link that is only available for one person to claim. And then I do the giveaway like I do the other way, where I do the you guys type a word and enter, which I could do that way. Yeah. You want a more hardcore experience. What does that mean? Yeah, and then we do it the old way. Yeah. Yeah, it's the only way I can think to do it. So we might just have to have a merch day. Or I could do marbles, and then like whoever wins marbles, they win, that kind of thing. Yeah. That really melts my ice cream. All right. We're getting back into it. We've had Tanglewood and we've had Willow. So we're going to see if it continues to be nice to us, because I don't know if it will be. I don't know. That's a JoJo. Oh my God. Is this better than Outlast Trials? Well, that depends on what kind of stuff you're into. Because Outlast Trials is definitely a thing. Yeah, I don't know. JoJo, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? And I can only imagine you were playing Outlast Trials. That is a game that I've tried, and it is just so much happening at once. I couldn't do it. They asked me the same thing and I wouldn't answer because they're entirely different. They are very different, right? Like I said, it depends on what you're into. Some people like, oh. Well, welcome in, guys. How was stream? Thank you for the follows. Welcome. Tyler, Switchy, Todd, Dom, Neiman, hello. Vasily, they seem to disagree. Other streamers say otherwise. Do tell. I am all ears. What badge is this? This is the Kinetic Partner badge. Yeah. Is this better than Forza Motorsport? TBD. TBD. I did the weekly already, and then now we're doing some random nightmares just to keep it nice and chill. Maybe other streamers are just lumping them both into horror, which it's not even close to the same. It would be like saying that Phasmo, Friday the 13th, Outlast Trials, and Night Shift all are the same game. Nowhere close. Did some 2020 Phaz. Oh, nice. And Cozy Solos. I haven't played old Phaz in a while. It's been a long time. Been a while. How was it? My issue was that I didn't know. I don't know. I guess I know like a little bit from before when it was what it was. But even when I've been back to play, I think twice now. And I feel like I feel so new and so lost. Been starting my stream with it lately. Oh, it's great. I got to do it. I got to do it. If you guys aren't already following Jojo is another Kinetic Games partner. Loves all the Phasmo things. Does very long streams. So if you're looking for some long streams, Jojo is definitely your answer. Are you telling me that I can't say Rocket League and League of Legends are the same? You are more than welcome to. You should play old Phaz again. I said I wanted to. It's just a matter of picking a day. Gives me so much perspective of like what good. Oh yeah, all the stuff that has happened. What things they took from us unfairly. The unjust takeaways. Yeah, but the nice thing is being able to look around and notice all the things that we do have. And I've told others this too. It's like it's a lot now compared to what it used to be. And yes, I think some of us have had a long time to get adjusted to having all these things. But as a new player, it just means you have so much you can learn and so much time you can invest, which is super cool. What was the weekly? It was Tortoise and the Hare. How do you play the old Phaz? You need the Kinetic partners have access to it. I like showcasing it to show people what good. Yeah, well, some people have also never seen it. There's a lot of new players that came to this game that have never seen where it came from. And the build that we have is from September of 2020. So it is almost 5 years. Almost 5. They didn't make that public. I think they might at some point. I just don't think that they're ready for that right now. Most new chatters have never seen it. Right. Now, all the gameplay they see is new. They don't see anything old. I would love for them to have some sort of a legacy patch where you can play all of the old maps that they're getting rid of right now and be able to play like Asylum, Old Grafton, Old Bleeze, Old Tangle whenever they revamp Tangle. I would love it. Trying to erase the memory of old Phaz. Well, it's not trying to erase the memory of old Phaz. It's just moving on. I think there's a difference. We were talking a DLC after 1.0. That would be awesome. I would love it so much. Jojo, again, I know you do super long streams, friend. If you have to raid and run, I appreciate you. I'm a sailor. No, you're fine. No worries. Gotta be put in for customs. Yeah, maybe. All right. Let's see where we're going. That's not bad. That's restricted. Are they planning on adding new features like curse objects, tools, ghosts, and evidence? I think that a lot of that stuff is at the bottom of their list. Adding cursed objects, adding new equipment, adding new ghosts, adding new that. I don't think they're worried about it at all. Oh, that's right. I do know where the bone is. Oh, yeah, that's right. I totally forgot. Trying to grab new players. Oh, yeah. I wonder where the bone's going to be. Christopher Alexander. I've remembered the team Escape, Photo of an EMF, and Repel. Let's do this guy, that guy, and one of those guys. Yeah, that sounds good. How do you know where the bone is? Because there's a bug right now where the bone spawns in the exact same spot in Sunny Meadows and restricted every time. Yeah. Yeah. Ghosty, you hanging out? I did report that earlier. Yeah, I did too. I reported it, but I still let people know because if you're looking for the bone and you're like, I'm not sure. Luckily, it's an easy one because if it was a hard bone to find, that would suck. But right now, the bone is spawning in that same spot every single time. Oh, look, a bone. I'll wait till I have a photo camera, though. What do we have for the oh, gross. I hate the effing circle. I hate it so much. Best time to play? Yeah, for sure. And it's downstairs, too. Yummy. Wait. Oh, I didn't see power when I walked through there, did I? Nate, thank you for the follow. There we go. Where we at, Ghosty? Circle's the worst. I feel like more times than not, when I light the circle, the ghost starts hunting before I finish lighting. It's like it knows and it's waiting. And it's like, okay, go, start hunting. This map is one of the Easy ones to get lost in? I don't think so. I think they very purposefully made this map so different in different areas so you don't get lost, because that was the biggest complaint about Asylum, was that everyone got lost. Everything looks the same. But if you played it enough, you didn't feel lost. Coin flip if you like the circle. Okay. Listen here. If circle's the worst, what is the best? Oh, I love the music box. Music box is my favorite. I've heard nothing from this ghost. As long as it's not the squishy room. What do you mean? But it's so fun. Going for APOC 4. Oh, hi, Pred. A little bit of goo in there. It's okay. Get lost all the time. That's okay. Just find this room and you'll be fine. Listen. Ugh. Hey, Pogo. Absolutely, dude. You're very welcome. What? It's just a little goo. Relax. Unfortunately, the giveaway for the goo shirt didn't happen. Teeth? I have no idea where this ghost is. No clue. That's a little more than a little. Yeah, I guess so. Can you eat it? I mean, to each is their own. You're welcome to. Do we have access to Patient 07's body? That's a really weird thing to ask. And no, I do not. Any particular reason you need? Are you in this room? We found that tub full of the water. I don't know if it was here or here. Well, no, because it was definitely there, right? Unless you're in here. No, I haven't seen my breath yet. No. Okay, it's here somewhere. I don't know where, but it's here somewhere. Tomato sauce? Yeah, whatever makes you feel better. Don't want the ghost to be in that room. Well, you know, if you get a Pulte inside of the goo room and it throws all the meat around, it's a meat yeet. I don't make it up. It's just what it is. Looks like blended strawberry jam. All right, get a couple lights on. Listen, I just follow the rules, all right? Bone still glow. Yeah, it is. 100%. Has that picture always been there? I guess it has. Can you have any pudding if you don't eat? Excuse me? Do you always have breath in the favorite room? So, inevitably, the ghost being in a certain area will make that area cold. It's not a matter of the room. It's a matter of where the ghost is. That's why that room is cold. So if the ghost is roaming a lot into other areas, those other areas will start to get colder too because of the ghost. So usually the ghost room will get cold enough to where you'll be able to see your breath, which is below 5 degrees Celsius. And that's what we're trying to find right now, is exactly which room it is. So I'm going to bring a thermer. We'll bring a thermo, video camera, check for orbs, and see how it goes. Trifectas if the bone's in there too. Well, I mean, luckily we don't have to worry about that right now. Thank you all for the follows. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Oh, ghosty. Stalker not making the room cold. Possible. Maybe it's like going out into the hallway a bunch. Definitely have had that with a lot of banshees. We need a meat yeet emote. That's a very, very particular situation. The odds of that, I think, are very, very low. Any orbicals? I don't see any. All right, let's check temps. Oh, you're here. What the hell? Maybe it was roaming when it did the whisper. Yeah, there's our breath. There's our breath. Bathtub full of goo. Sure is. Probably not a shade. I think it just threw an item with me in the room. I hope they rework Asylum someday. It'd be so sick. Rework the... You mean rework the original? Probably not. I think this would be what they consider the rework of Asylum. This was considered Asylum 2.0. I don't think you're going to get another Asylum. Now, like high school and prison and that stuff. Oh, yes, please. Rework or remove. You choose. I don't care. Asylum 3.0. Bring it back. We have brought that up a million times over, and I think they've told us that bringing back Asylum would be way too hard. I wish, dude. I wish. That would be so cool. Being able to go back and play the original Asylum would be awesome. What map would you love for them to create one day? A broken down carnival. What kind of a bonus would make high school and prison worth the time? Well, you know, oh, hey, how are you? It used to be a 4 times to play larger maps. Now I think it's 1.5. So the payout decrease is huge. And I think the reason they did it was because they wanted to nerf people from spamming those maps, getting money in XP. So it used to be worth way more. And it made it worth it. It made it worth it to want to play large maps. But now with the amount of time investment and with perfect games with all the media and stuff. Oh, you son of a... Yeah, possible Goryo. Maybe. Dots is the only thing I have right now. So it could be technically. Thank y'all for the follows. Welcome in. They act like the money and the levels ruined the game. I think, personally, what was going on was I think they really disliked that people were choosing to play the game in a way that was not intended, the way that they thought it should be played. So I think they wanted to nerf people from being able to speed run and stuff like that, which I would agree. Like, do I want to do that kind of run? Like those kinds of runs? No. Do I think it matters if people do? No. It doesn't affect me. Willow Street fan? I love Willow. I love Willow. That's my map. Oh, it would have disappeared anyway. So we have dots. It turned the light on. Can't be a mare anyway. Let's get some more evidence down there. We have book, this. Did I lose more sanitize? I certainly did. And now they wonder why so little people play big maps. Yeah, I know that they want to rework they want to rework or create small maps because that's what most people play. And I think that that's going to be true no matter what. No matter what they do with larger maps, the reason smaller maps will always be the most played is because they're faster. That's why. So I still think having the option for the larger maps is great, but like we were saying, it's got to be worth it, right? WOK, thank you for the Prime. Welcome in. It's got to be worth it. And it used to be. Now, when you play large maps, it's really just to play something different. Find yourself staying away from the big maps, right? Because the payout's not worth it. It's really not. I would love to say it is, but it's not. Oh, that's the other room shit. We have of. Would you be so kind to do the ting? Do it. Come on, do it. Lodge is perfect size. It is. No, Maple Lodge is great. I would agree with you. It feels like a maze at times, but that can be really beneficial, especially if you're trying to break line of sight with the ghost. You have so many lefts and rights you can make. Yeah. Flashy, hello, welcome in. Crow, thank you for the 59 months. Ooh, spooky. Crow, I haven't showed you the goo room yet. Payout isn't worth it. Yeah. If I'm taking 3 times the amount of time in a big map versus a small, then yeah. But if I'm getting 1.5 for say 15 to 30 up to an hour, no. F them shoes. That's correct. I would have to agree with you for sure. That was just in the camera, right? I like looked down for a heartbeat, but I'm fairly certain we did not see that in person. Got a whole murder of crows in here. Chris, thank you for the gifted. Yeah. Okay. That's a Goryo. Go in. Q. Wonder if I go like, I'm trying to get the angle here to where I'll be able to record the dot from. The what room? The goo room. Hold on. Was that next to it? No, that's over here. This room. Oh, we'll take a souvenir. Now do you understand? Chunky. Is that a lung? Maybe. It could be. OG Cook, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. Hey, what up, Carrick? The games are going really well. They are. Yeah, we did the weekly. Then after we did the weekly, I've been doing random maps. I got Tangle. I got a Dio at Willow that was like the most cooperative Dio I've ever had. Sunny Restricted, which has not been bad. I'm nasty. What do you mean? Where's 007's room? In GoldenEye? Found out that if you take the bell from the front desk and take it to the truck, yeah, you can't make, it's just like trying to do the shark sound or the bird sound when you're in the truck. I don't know what they do to break it, but it just doesn't work anymore. Yeah. Thorn! Thank you for the super chat, homie. Can we get dot video? What is the Easter egg for this map? The Easter egg is when you add all the cursed possessions and you light the summoning circle. So if you're above level 50, you can do a custom where you can add all the cursed and then do it. Yeah, light the summoning circle and then see what happens. What? That said dot ghost, by the way. I mean, I'm fairly certain I'm not that crazy. Is that not Pam's game name? No, it's Patient 07, not 007. Oh, sure. Start throwing my things. It's Patient 07. Oh, whatever, dude. I don't care about you anymore anyway. Oh, escape, EMF, and repel. Do I care enough to do those right now? Maybe. Hopefully you like my changes. Oh my God, Pred. I was telling them about it earlier. Too distracted for the dots. Yeah, I think so. Maybe the reason why you can't hear the noises from those other objects, Bell Shark, is because the ghost makes the noise. Oh, it like makes the noise with its mouth. Light the circle for a quick photo. I mean, yeah, Pred, I can't wait to see it too. It's going to be so exciting. Spooky. All right, let's get the photo camera. What else do we want to try to get here? Really? The EMF. can I do that from the circle quickly to get my, really, I think I'm just focusing on objectives. So repel, escape, and capture, because it's going to do the event. And I should be able to take a photo of the EMF right next to the circle for the event. But I need it to hunt, so we're not going to use a crucifix to stop it. Definitely not going to do that. Would you rather be stuck in Sunny Meadows as Patient 07 or spend a day in high school with tier 1 gear? Patient 07. Yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah, I've got 2 smudges. That'll probably be fine. I think my TV broke. Yeah, that little damn Toothy McToothface kid came in and kneecapped all my TVs. Nothing you can do, man. It is what it is. I don't have hiding. F it. It'll be fine. It's fine. So, do that. Go ahead and get one of those guys. And then... those punk ass kids, right? Oh, I don't have a switch near me. Wait a minute. Oh, you cut the power on me, you little shit? Ass kids, yeah. Excuse you. Turn that light switch off so it doesn't break the power. Or so it doesn't kick the power from having too many lights on. Okay, still not hunting. So we're gonna go for it. Hopefully that worked. Wonder if it touched anything over here. Certainly did. Heyo. Started a few weeks ago. Just got Lighthouse. Are you talking about like unlocking maps? Let me out, please. Yo. Didn't know you were taking pics of ghosty feats? Listen, man, $5 is $5. I'll do whatever the hell I gotta do. You hear me? Yes, sir. Let's go. It is a great, don't worry about that. It is a great game to get into. There's a million different things to learn, which in my opinion is a great thing. That means you have a long road ahead of you. All right. Gorio indeed. Rockin'. Rockin'. Me and the wife just got to where we can do no evidence runs at 7.5. Hey, let's go. There you go. All right, I'm not done yet, but I do have to use the restroom. I have 26 minutes till ads. I feel like that's too soon. I feel like it's too soon. Knowledge is power. Amen. The ghost can still make you brownie frowny. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've seen what happens to us. Yeah. Brownie frowny all the time. Ghost pops right in your face. What are you supposed to do? Okay. Can you make a no hey how are you sticker? I absolutely can. Fine with ads. You can find Josie and give her pets? What do you mean find her? I mean, she's not lost. I know where she is. She's upstairs on the couch curled up like a little donut. It's her routine. All right. I'm going to run ads really quickly. I'm going to go ahead and do ads while I'm going to the restroom. So I'll do that now. And then while that's happening, I'm going to run the BRB commercials for everybody else that's sitting here waiting. So that way everybody's sort of in the same boat of chill. Okay. And then we will continue forward, but I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to run the ads. They're going to run for 3 minutes and then you'll BRB easy peasy. No probs, but I will be right back, friends. Okay, I'm back. Man. It was just a different time. Did you know that they don't make bagel bites the same anymore? Oh, I don't know. We have them like once a year and they're pretty good when I do have them. Ow. I think they're not too bad. Unlock the core memory? Good, it should. It absolutely should. Okay, I'm ready. Marcus, hello. Want to go back? Well, I saw somebody said something about making adult, like, making adult money and then like that stuff not available. Dude, I've got like 4 or 5 Goosebumps VHS tapes. Yeah, it's like, oh, they're available. You just got to find them. You got to find them or you just got to already have them. Yeah. Said I had adult money for bagel bites. There you go. We all have adult money for bagel bites. You do too? Yeah, man. Finding's the fun part too. Yeah, the search for lost treasures. Absolutely. Ever double trying to click on something if it doesn't let you? I've tried next after investigation and couldn't click. Oh, I'd go to their server for sure. Yeah. I would go to their server and say something in the Phasmo server if you're having issues like that, because I don't know what that would possibly be. Please watch Goosebumps show and read the books. I've got books right there. The books are right there. I got like, I don't know, 10 or 15 of them, I think. Yeah, I've got all kinds of good shit in this room. Between having 90s Nick Funkos, an actual cell from the Hey Arnold show in 1996, game consoles including Dreamcast and N64 and you name it. I've got, what else is over there? An old 90s Nickelodeon phone, a Surge can, an original Furby. Oh yeah. There's all kinds of good shit in here. Oh yeah. It's the search for lost treasures. Okay. Another random nightmare. Will it be kind? Not really. Not the Furby? Yeah. An original Furby. Yeah. Yeah. Pizza rolls are not still the bomb. Pizza rolls are ace. Furby's terrified you? Yeah. Takes a room tour. I'll take new photos and post them in the server. Yeah. I could do for some updated photos. Never had one. We had a couple. We had 2 that talked to each other. I remember that. Any Ren and Stimpy? Right down there on the shelf. Ren and Stimpy, Angry Beavers, Rugrats, Hey Arnold, Wild Thornberries, Ah Real Monsters, Cat Dog, Rocco's Modern Life. Dude, all the good shit. All the good shit. All right. What do we got? Oh, Bill Carey, Repel, Capture Video, and Crucifix. Please, 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 please be near the front. We just pray. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you, friend. I appreciate it. It's the what cartoons? Ed, Ed, and Eddie? Listen, no, I'm a 90s Nick junkie. That's Cartoon Network, dude. Yeah, we're talking different networks now. Watched Emperor's New Groove again. Oh, that's such a good movie. I think I played that for my kids recently. Do I remember Stick Stickly? I just so happen to remember Stick Stickly. Yeah. Of course I do. Do you remember watching Salute Your Shorts? Oh, I did watch both from time to time. I would watch Ed, Ed, and Eddie sometimes. Ed, Ed, and Eddie. What is it? Angry Chicken or what the hell it's called? Love watching the vids. Thanks, man. Oh, I'm a little worried. Was the mirror holding that open? Oh, you sack of turds. It's all the way up. Hi, caramba. Oh, okay. Well, the power's right here, I guess. It was my click. I didn't left click. I picked up the mirror, which is E. Yeah, Mezzo, thank you for the 6 months. The curse has begun. Shut up. Yeah, I didn't left click at all. E. E. Right, Bruce? Old Tom and Jerry? Man. Wait, it was another floor up, right? You son of a bitch. Just give me freezing, please. Please just give me freezing. Jesus Christ. Oh, brownie frownies. Oh, freezing. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. I got a piece of evidence. Let's go. Run. Mezzo, how are you, friend? Look at the bright side. It's not the top floor. Okay. Careful, SpongeBob. Why do I have no sprint? What the hell? What the hell? Oh, I already turned that on. You like jazz? Why do I don't know why Copper, I can't answer that question, especially here. Here I get it all the way up top all the time. Sausage in the hole. You know, JoJo and I were the first people to ever play that game here because we created it. Spooky jazz has got to be your favorite genre. I need to start asking Spotify to make a playlist for me. I feel like you have reverse stream. Oh, it just depends on the map. When I have it here, it's always all the way up there. You want sausage? No, I'm sorry. Thank you for the follows. Welcome in. Wacky races. Holy hell. Now we're unlocking memories. You created it, but you aren't the pro. Wait, who's the pro? Is it Doc? Is Doc the pro? Because I would give you that. I would say, I would agree probably. Oh boy. Okay, so we do have freezing, which is nice. And we'll try a few of these. Oh, Break is the sausage pro. Oh yeah, my bad. Look at that. I can take two. Son of a bitch. Hidden Temple. Oh, you mean Legends of the Hidden Temple? Oh, hell yeah. That, if there was one show that I wanted to be on when I was younger, it was Legends of the Hidden Temple. He's the, oh, Sausage Pro teacher. It was either Legends of the Hidden Temple or I really wanted to be on Nick Arcade. I would love if they brought that back somehow. What about Cat Dog? I loved Cat Dog. That's I've got that. I've got him on my shelf twice technically. The Guts trophy, dude. I have quite literally searched for the aggro crag. I've looked for it, trying to see if I could find like a way to get like someone's winnings. Yeah, let's turn that one on. Ninja, thank you for the raid. What up, friend? Oh God. Is that an orbital? It certainly is. All right. Well, those are useless now. Never heard of Legends of the Hidden Temple. What is it? It's an old show. It's an old Nickelodeon show where kids would compete against each other. Like as a kid, it was awesome. It was amazing. That was such a good show. With their parents too. On Legends of the Hidden Temple? What? Wasn't that just kids? Nickelodeon Hunger Games? Yeah, basically. I don't remember them competing with their parents. Yeah, you should look it up. It's pretty cool. Pink Panther, Snort, Little Bear. Oh my God. Yeah, Double Dare. Double Dare, I remember. Double Dare was like their entire family. Are You Afraid of the Dark? Where do you think Midnight Society came from? We need to make sure we don't have Amamake. We need to be sure. Figure it out. Oh my God, I remember Figure It Out. Wasn't that the one with the brain? Like and they would bring like celebrities from Nickelodeon where they would try to guess what the person did. Yes. Oh, that was a great show too. Tales from the Crypt. I mean, that just the horror aspect was always amazing. They're not the same. No, they will never be the same. My kids turn on something, and I'd say 70% of the time my wife and I look at each other and just, it's so unfortunate. Then you have things like Bluey that are actually like enjoyable to watch, right? Yeah, most cartoons, they're off. They're just trash. They're awful. What was the show where they had to pick the huge nose? Wasn't that Double Dare? Yeah. Yeah, it was Double Dare. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Yeah, find it buried in the giant nostrils. Yeah. Okay, what the hell am I going to get UV on in here? Yeah, freezing in orbs. I'm checking for UV to make sure it's not a mimic. Oh, rocket power was the shit. There's a certain number of them that I have playing on loop next to me 24/7. I mean, I could go get salt, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Salt could work. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. The original Blue's Clues. Oh man. You know, the new, okay, there's basically 3 versions of Blue's Clues. There was the Steve version, what was the middle guy's name? I don't remember his name. It was Steve, somebody, and Josh. Joe. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, the Joe era, I don't know. Because, like, I have 3 kids, and my youngest child is 7. And I don't know. The Joe one, we didn't watch it then. Steve, of course. I thought the Josh version was great. My kids loved it. Or my child loved it. Drake and Josh. Yeah, I watched Drake and Josh. Joe is a fever dream. It was weird. Yeah. Wild Thornberries on the shelf. Look, we're going back down memory lane. I've got it. It's there. I've got Nigel over there. I've got Donnie. Yeah. Joe Swanson. What the hell? All That. My kids choose to watch the original All That. They will go out of the way to watch the original All That. The Rough Ruffman Show. Oh, Hey Arnold. We were just talking about that earlier. I said that was my favorite cartoon of all time. I have 2 original cells from the show that were created from the artist. Dog Saved by the Bell. Yep. Yeah. Watched a lot of TV as a kid. We need to check for that. I'm going to bring one of those. What else do we need? I need video of the ghost, but we have a video camera up there, so that's fine. We'll bring a photo camera. Moving football hand. We peaked with Peppa Pig. My daughter watched Peppa Pig. All right, that's Coach Chesney. Now play the one with Donnie. Cyber Chase. And that one I don't know. Or I don't remember. Rugrats Lost in Paris was an insane movie to watch. I have that over there too. In my other room, I've got a tube TV and I've got a shit ton of VHSs. I have Lost in Paris over there. PlayStation 1, the IQ game. Oh my God. You know, for some reason, I don't know why, whenever I think of PlayStation 1, like 2 of the games that I think of more than any other would be Twisted Metal and Parappa the Rapper. And I don't know why. Like those 2 specifically. Digimon World. Oh my God. Hi, Mr. Glay. Oh, now you turn that light on, you sack. Oh shit. Hi, Mr. Glacius. How are you, sir? I remember screaming at the top of my lungs trying to go Super Saiyan and just bust a blood vessel. Yeah. I'm doing good, man. How the hell are you? It is good to see you, Mr. Glay. If you guys don't know Mr. Glay, Mr. Glay, member of Midnight Society, the founder of hold please. To set the tone stream team. There's no UV. I don't think we have a mimic. I don't know what the hell this is. Twisted Metal TV show. I have yet to watch it. I have not seen it. Set the tone. Always set the tone. Mimic Obake. That'd be a lot of footies that would choose to not touch. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Phoenix. Those people. These people. A lot of friends that love to hang out, play games, stream. Yep. Really hope they redo the PS1 Army. I remember those. See, I was an N64 guy, though. Like, that was my jam. That was the thing I played the most. Yeah, there's a Twisted Metal show. Xena Warrior Princess? Okay, now we're really going back. See, out to midnight tells a kid to watch Backyard Science. Damn. All right. Revi, Yuri, Hantu, Onryo. Well, is it possible for me to do the poor man's Onryo test? Flintstones kids? I don't know if I remember that. I mean, I remember Flintstones vitamins. Jen, so was I. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Was that an actual show? Yes. Ghost, do you want to blow out the firelight? Or aka my lighter? Bill. Kid versions of the Flintstones. I gotcha. Yeah, do you remember the movie? I have that on VHS. The Flintstones movie? Man, that was a freaking jam. OG Law and Order. Found out like 2 weeks ago that Jerry Orbach was the voice of Lumiere from Beauty and the Beast. Oh, really? That's a fun fact. Okay, I hear you, bruh. You're not going to do it, are you? You're being a pain right in the dickus. Best movie as a child, Monsters, Inc. Oh, my God. Yeah, Monsters, Inc. was my son, my middle child. He was obsessed with Monsters University for a long time. He watched it. He wanted to watch it every day. You just watch Bill Nye? Yeah, man. They roll out Bill Nye on the cart. Hell yeah. That thanks sound was always so loud. The thanks sound? Brother Bear or The Incredibles. Those are two very different things. Oh, I thought you were literally meant thanks, not the actual like surround sound, like the beginning thing that was super, super loud. Oh yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry. I don't even know. I could make it hunt. And then, I mean, I would know what it is then. I could just pop the mirror so we just get it over with. And then I just like carry a couple of these guys and play it safe. What is the purpose of the sound sensor? To help you find the ghost. Oh my God. It started vibrating, dude. Thank you, Apocrypha. That actually worried me for a second. The second I walked in the door, you started playing that sound, and I stopped in my tracks. Muppet Babies, I remember that. All right, I don't even know where I can hide, to be honest. Do I know anything about the new Horror 2.0 that's upcoming update? Well, it's not till next year, so we don't know anything. No. There's always here. Aegis and Pred. Muppet Babies is the goat. Muppet Babies was... That was a vibe. Oh, we can go here. Yeah, this will work. All right, we'll do this. Let me go... I need to turn off like a light or two or something. Today's Pixar doesn't hit the same. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know why they have a hard time. Wait. Wait, where did I leave the parabolic? Did I drop it down here at the mirror? Yeah, I did it right there. Never mind. Never mind. Answer my question. We grew up, I know, and then Toys R Us went away. You know how badly I wanted to like be able to take my kid when he was old enough to enjoy Toys R Us? And then like, no, F you. We're getting rid of it. Sons of bitches. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. What the fuck? All right. Was that not the ghost? Oh no. Okay, it's hunting. That's a big... Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. My barber doll from Toys R Us has been passed down. Cut up hair and all. Oh no. Where's the ghost? Is it a Revy that's just taking its sweet time? Captain Planet? Oh man, I remember Captain Planet. Heart. There's a second hide here too. That sounded pretty normal. The power is yours. You know what's funny? When I made my Lethal Company poster pack that would be on the walls, Captain Planet was one of the posters I had on the walls. No, Revy, no, I don't think it's a Hantu either. For some reason I store my nostalgia with the "you wouldn't steal a car" anti-pirating PSA. You know what mine is locked into a lot of the time? The freecreditreport.com jingles. I get those a lot. Hey, how are you? Excuse me. Freecreditreport.com. Ironically, they pirated the music on the anti-pirating videos. Oh, the sweet irony. Oh, the sweet, sweet irony. All right. So that's a Ure or an Onryo. That sucks. How's the weekly? Oh, it was not bad at all. JG Wentworth. That's right. 877 cash now. I would download a car if I could. Let's be honest. I mean, Thank you, Drifter. Great, I'm surrounded by assholes. Sorry, Jen. I'm so sorry. Oh shit, he found Plank. Oh hey, I've got another one of these up here. All right. Well, that's unfortunate. Is there still another burn on that? Why don't they make those good commercials anymore? Because they don't have to force as many people to watch them. That's probably why. Wonder if this would work. Burn to a crisp. Doesn't it have another burn on it? Or am I drunk? Drunk? Shit. I don't know why. I don't know why I thought that had another burn on it. It looks like it does it not? If Ghost starts hunting some... Now listen, the range on the fire is what, 4 meters? I am willing to go Ure. If it was a larger room, I wouldn't trust that test. Because if you're in a bigger room and you have a crucifix in the middle, I like to put firelights on the left and on the right, like on each side of it, to make sure that the ghost didn't eat it from the other side. Any favorite movies recently? I haven't watched a lot of movies recently. Honestly, when I end up having free time, Mrs. Flash and I will just be hanging out, watching random shows. We did watch Sinners though, because we heard it was good, so we wanted to see it. And I thought it was really good. I thought that the storyline was a little bit weird, but it was filmed really well. Once it got going, it was like, okay, now we're rolling kind of thing. So it was good. It did have another burn on it. Yeah, there you go. So I'm going to go Ure. If it's an Onryo, well, then somebody in here is getting banned and we're going to have to figure out who it is. It's going to be via democracy. It's a voting. I've not seen Superman. No, this the third secret burn.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
You're all safe for now. It'll be me. No. No. Thank you for the roses. Shane, welcome in, man. A band giveaway. Let's go. That's what we can do with the coin. Who did I see talking about that? Someone was in partner chat talking about that. I think it was Beppis. They were coming up with ideas of what to do with the coin, and they said something about doing like a band system. I was like, that's actually a pretty funny idea. On Bleasdale, can the ghost trigger the backyard light and be considered a mare? Well, I don't think the ghost, no, because they're motion sensor lights, the ghost is not flipping a switch. Mayor, I'll do it. I'll ban somebody. You get a ban. You get a ban. No, the mayor walking past the light, it's a motion sensor light, so it's not flipping a switch. Yeah. Cozy, welcome in. How are you? Okay. Yay. Throwing him out like coming from Oprah. Oprah. Gonna have to get out of here. Copper, I appreciate you, homie. Always and forever. Super good night, friend. Of course, I worked out today, so the shoulder is like, nope, not today. I always try to be extra careful about it. Oh, okay. Hip hip hooray. All right, let's do another and pray that it's not a large map. Question, who started Midnight Society? What do you mean? Do you mean the from Are You Afraid of the Dark, or are you talking about the stream team? Debating to sleep or watch the stream. Go to bed. Don't neglect your sleep to be here. Go to sleep. The stream team, I started it. I co-founded it with my friend Coach Chesney. I had this idea to start a stream team. So an amazing group of friends, content creators that can come together, hang out, play games, help each other grow, and also try to host an amazing community of friends. So that's where we are. Yeah. SpongeBob's Sweet Victory. All right. Will the luck? Well, I'd say will the luck continue, but it took us to Point Hope. That wasn't that lucky. So maybe this one will be better. I'll take Camp Woodwind over Point Hope any day of the week. You name it, I'll take it. Play the new Grafton and the Ghost was in the doll room. Ooh. You've seen the trailer for that horror movie starring a doll? No, I haven't. I have not. You'll have to put the trailer link in the server for me. I'm very interested. No high school? Amen. Yeah, but it is snowing again. Yep. Any up snow? Yeah, not bad at all, Matthew. No, definitely not bad. So many crickets. Hey, Blood, what's up? Thank you for the follows again. I appreciate you, man. They should make a Phasmophobia movie. They are making a Phasmophobia movie. Yeah. Doesn't snow make the djinn more active if you have a djinn? No. No, the snow doesn't make any ghost more active. Temps might not be the way right now. For right now, what I'm going to do... Okay, I'm going to do this. And then I think I might do some motion sensors. Or what I could do... You know what? Hold on. Hold on. I'm putting all you away. Gimme. Gimme. Yeah, it makes the Hantu move faster for sure. Absolutely. I wish it would show you the... I mean, it's not going to show you a range. But let's do this here. Let's put this one over here. Hey, what up, Hesno? Put this one there. Did I just hear it? I did. We have Frank. It just threw this. That's the one that killed you. What, the Hantu? Well, that's a first for that. I was really curious. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to be able to get to my EMF and get back there in time to check it. But I wonder if I brought it to the EMF, if I'd be able to get it. So we have EMF 5. Wow. I don't know why. I don't know what made me want to check it like that, but I'll take it. That works. Yeah, why not? Think of it like this. Another way to look at this, if I have this EMF on the ground, let's say that I'm playing with like 3 other people and this EMF is on and on the ground. A player dies and then you're still looking for evidence you don't know. If the ghost is throwing objects, the dead players can pick up those objects and bring it to the EMF and check if it's a 5 or not. And the alive players will be able to hear if it's an EMF 5. So there are things you can do as a dead player to be helpful. So you can help set your dead players up for success with things like that. Yeah, so that was cool. I think Ghosty's over that away somewhere. I just don't know exactly where. I'm not sure. And temps are really going to suck. So we're going to try. Learn something new today? Yeah. Fun fact of the day. Are there other perks to being dead? Yeah, you don't have to worry about dying anymore. Just saying. No, you cannot see an Obake change shift. You cannot see an Obake shapeshift as a dead player. No. Can't do it. Infinite sprint? Yeah. You almost thought the bunny was possessed. All right. Did I just see dots? Get the hell out of here. Wraith Oni Raiju? No shot. I saw that, right? Are you a Wraith? Forgive me. Now I just want to be sure because I've had this happen before where I've had I thought it was a wraith and the ghost just somehow was tippy-toeing around all the salt. The default camera is perfect. Do a quick little zoom on there. What is that? Is that? Oh, it's this. Okay, let's see if we get the dots to walk by there again. How does the salt and the motion sensor combo work? Well, it works a lot better when you're in a spot where it's like a hallway or it's a room or something like that. Where it's pathing a certain way. The campsite's tough because it has so many directions it can go off in. Oh, look, there it goes. And the motion sensor and the salt, what I'm doing is I'm putting the motion sensor, the tier 3, in the middle between 2 other salts and also a third. So that way, if it sets the motion sensor off and it's walking either this way or like towards us or away from us, I know that it walked past that area. Now, what I could do is I could do even more motion sensors just to be sure, but I'm fairly certain we have a wraith. A phantom did that salt dodge. Yeah, I've absolutely had a ghost dodge all my salt in that area before. But this one I'm pretty sure is a wraith because it's walked all throughout this area here. Let's go be sure. Look at it go. Where you going, homie? So like if I do this and it goes boom, 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 I know that it walked this direction 100%. So we can follow the path of the ghost. Why did I place the sound sensors? Because I was going to use them to find the ghost, but the ghost showed what it was before I needed them. I walked into the map and then the ghost said, hey, I'm here. So it was fine. Come on, ghosty. Now what I could also do is I have another thing of salt in there. This. Because right now it's not pathing this way, right? It's over here somewhere. So I could take this, put that over there. There it goes. So I could do this. Do this. Do this. Yeah, see, it just set that middle one off there. Look, it's walking all throughout this area and no salt is being stepped in. Why does people use tier 2 Cruci instead of tier 3? Some might use the tier 2 instead of the tier 3 because they don't want to stop a cursed hunt and they maybe forget frequently. I forget all the time. So I end up trying to start a hunt with a cursed possession and then I stop that hunt because I have a stupid tier 3 crucifix. They're nice to have when you want to stop a hunt. They are not nice to have when you want to start and you forget you have it. But yeah. The ghost has been all throughout this area and nothing. Video of the ghost. 3 video cameras in the incense. Roger that. Yeah, you're welcome, of course. Isn't the field area much more than the tier? Yeah, you cover more area, but do you need to cover more area? Is it required? Make sure our sanity is staying in check. We have a Wraith. We do have a Wraith. Where's it walking around a lot? Because I want to get more dots. Blow this out, you butthole. Hey. Hey. Spike, thank you for the gifted. Thank you, friendo. Break of daylight repellent. Wow. It's not very nice. Oh, look at you, you stinky. Okay, it's walking that way a lot. Maybe I can get lucky and I can get like dots like this. Get out of here. Oh, you suck. A long dot walk would be awesome. Okay, that was really short. I saw that. This is going to be tough. I'm going to have to do like this because I don't want to get the motion sensor. It's bashful. Ghosty. All right, let's go turn this light on real fast. Come on, Ghosty. Doesn't like being recorded. Yeah, I don't think so either. Let's go, El Stinko. Do I have anywhere to hide? Actually, that would have been smart to check first. Nothing there, nothing there. Do I have sleeping bags? Nope. Oh, great. The death barrels. Hooray. Oh, you're good, Elaine. Good night. No worries. Come on, Ghosty. Come on. Motion sensors. It's going back that way again. Yeah, this is Nightmare. Ironically, like, I need a ghost video. I could get firelight and all that jazz. The ghost hasn't evented. It shows dots for like a split second and then it's gone. Toilet stalls, I don't trust them. No, I don't trust them at all. Why do you play on Nightmare and not Insanity? Because I like Nightmare more. Yeah, if it was about difficulty, I could do no evidence, but I like Nightmare because it not only challenges you, but you also get to get evidence, and I enjoy getting evidence. So there was the video of the ghosty that I needed. I do need 3 unique videos. Let's go back. Get a firelight. Wonder what they're going to do for Halloween and Christmas. It's going to be the same thing that was last year. Same thing. It's not going to be different. They've said it themselves. They're not doing anything different from the events from now on. I don't know what you did. Let me go get the audio recorder too. Which tier smudge is the best? That is going to be different for every single player there is. What I think is the best is definitely not what others are going to think is the best. Paul, thank you for the 2-month tier 2. Thank you, dude. I appreciate you. I keep traveling with a smudge just to be safe. I don't want this thing to hunt on top of me as soon as we get nice and comfy. Would you rather have new seasonal events or work progress in Horror 2.0? Why is it that we can't have a team big enough to work on both? Because the seasonal events, I can tell you right now, were a very big deal for a lot of people. I think it just depends. It really does depend on the progress itself. I think if the progress is showing, then people are not going to care as much. And they've been doing a really good job about getting updates out. So like, if they keep them coming the way they are now, I'm not going to give a damn really that much, like as much about the events. Yeah. His favorites are Goryo and Banshee. You shut your lips. How dare you? What up, John? Welcome in. Come on, Ghost. What you doing? I'm doing well. How are you? What up, Moon? Oh, you bitch. They can get repetitive. Absolutely. And they will be repetitive. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. Caffeine. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I messed up. And that didn't even record. You son of a bitch. There's too much happening at once for me right now. Ew. 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 Ghost event? Is there another sound? Damn. All right. Firelight blowout, please. I need to focus. I really need to focus. Caffeine, how are you? How was stream? How are the games? Did you just touch the bathroom door? Imagine focusing. I can't. It's too hard. Ah, the Mango Man. Holy shit. That was a toss and a half. Damn. It's the Mango Man. I still need a bunch of photos. We need 3 videos. Well, I could get Firelight. What else? It was pathing there in the dots. Of course it was. You son of a bitch. Elite, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the prime. Yeah, I'm sitting next to the fire. Dude, what are you doing over there? I'm like sitting next to this Firelight, hoping to get it. Homie seems to be over that way a lot. Shh. Nice. Okay, I can get a photo of that. Photo of that. I can get a photo of Frank. I could get a photo of the bone, wherever that may be. Just a mist for him. Yeah. Are you hunting me? Oh, shit. Hey. I wasn't ready, jerkhole. What's wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you? All right, I need to go find this bone. Yeah? Oh, some of them are so good. Some of them are so good. Oh, there it is. Boner Jam. Let's go. All right. I need one more photo. EMF, voodoo, bone, burned. What do I have? EMF and dots. Well, shit. You can start hunting me here soon. Jesus, dude. Hot freaking dog. I have more sanity I can take? I do. I does. All right, got that. I got that. I got a backup smudge. Okay, we should be okay. Ghost photo, yeah. If it shows itself. I'd rather not try to get a ghost photo while it's hunting. Listen, dude. Listen, dude. Hey, what up, Ben? Aren't you supposed to pick up the bone? Did I not pick up the bone? Can't get a ghost photo. It's a gamble. For sure. It's absolutely a gamble. I don't know. I looked away. Okay, it was good talking to you, though. Like being at a basketball game. Someone takes a shot and you close your eyes. Hey. Did it go in? Oh no, my eyes were closed too. Bitch. All right, I need 2 videos now. So now we can drop you and we can focus on you. Speaking of, burn, shadow, motion, ghost, firelight. There's no firelight. Hey. Hey, bucko. Hey, would you mind? Give us a little 1-2, little 3-4. Thoughts on the new farmhouse, though? I don't know. I looked away. Can get salt bean stepped in? Oh, turn you off. Oh, yeah, I'm going to turn you off for sure. Oh, I know you. I appreciate you, friend. Yeah, the new Grafton is great. I just don't want to, like, overdo it because we played it so much to get the badge. I don't want to do too much. You son of a bitch. If you fart on my back one more time. Wait, do I have object thrown? I didn't want to risk it. No, I didn't. Okay. A thrown object or a firelight will suffice. They're not going to make a badge for Tanglewood until they redo the map. No way. Going for the old perfect game. Yeah, why not? Why not? I would love for it to do the firelight ting, though. All right. Yeah. So I have Shadow Ghost, Ghost. Translucent would do. Although, blowing this firelight... You asshole. Got it. 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 We out of here. Death barrels for the win. I'm kind of shocked it didn't kill me. I was kind of expecting it to. Yeah. Kind of expecting it to. Nice. Something goes wrong. Does the chat get blamed or does Flash? It's always chat. It's always chat. All right. Wraith, audio, video, photo. We out of here. That was pretty rad. Wait, did you get it? Oh shit, the bone. Oh man, now you have me worried. You have me worried about the bone now. Did I pick it up? Oh God. I might need someone to go back and check. Yes, you did. I'm willing to accept it. You got it. Okay. They got me worried now. What if my eyes were closed? You did get the bone. Okay. I'll take it then. You can cancel the leaving? Yes, you can. Yes. I don't think you did. I wasn't here. Okay. All right.
Back. I've got some jobs ready.
Andrew, thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Oh boy. That was a good game. That was a good game. That was probably that was the first time that I've ever gotten EMF 5 from bringing an item to the truck. Yeah. Bro, are there still drops happening? Yeah, bro. Yeah, skibbity. Yeah. 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 FOM, fear of missing bone. Okay. All right. Make a YouTube short? I probably will. Come on, Phoenix. It's funny. Get out of here. Yeah, right. I don't know either. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know exactly why that happens. I don't know where and like what kind of like everyday messaging, like that's how the messaging begins. Yeah, I don't know. My kids say that sometimes, and when I hear them say it, I just look at him and he's like, oh, sorry. It's like, I was like, do you hear you? I'm going to record you and then play you back. And then I want you to hear you. And then you tell me how you feel now. Yeah. Bought the writing book back to the truck. When I picked it up in the house, it was blank. And when I got to the truck, it was written in. You know, I have had people that have been holding the book before, and it wrote in the book while they were holding it, which is kind of cool. My daughter called my husband bro yesterday. My jaw was on the floor. Over there risking her life. Over there risking her life. Would I ever go IRL? Probably, yeah. He's just not up for this. It's kind of Ohio. Oh my God. Had me a few times holding the book and it written it. That's kind of cool. Like, I've never had that happen before. That would be pretty sick. Instant demon. Oh no. Oh no. Team Booty Sweat. That's a hell of a name. Thanks for the follow. Isn't Booty Sweat the name of the energy drink that the one dude had in Tropic Thunder? Can't remember what's the difference between tier 2, tier 3 salt. The tier 3 salt will slow the ghost down. Tier 2 will not. Yes. For that. I know a thing or two. I got that drink, that Booty Sweat I got back in Da Nang. Haven't watched it. Dude, my wife and I watched it not that long ago. I don't know what it was. Like every now and then we'll just put on a movie just for background noise. And it's something we've seen before and just, we don't mind missing it. So it's just something funny, whatever it may be. So we put on Tropic Thunder the other night. Yeah. The busting nut bars. I hate it so much. Oh, it's a great movie, man. It's just, they don't make them like that. It's so funny. If you could have a new item added to the game, what would you add? I have no idea. I don't know. A way to find the bone. If they're going to force us to have to get it every time for a perfect game, give me a better way to find it other than the Ouija board. Give me an actual item. Give me dowering rods that for some reason are looking for a bone. Please. I'd want to watch. That would be cool too. Yeah, a little watch, a wristwatch that you could have that would actually show your sanity numbers and stuff would be pretty sick. Yeah, I agree. All right, friends, it is after midnight for me, which means it is time for me to turn into a pumpy can, or it means time to go to bed because my kids get up early and, well, you know. Yeah. How can someone get to the point where you are? Exit the truck and know what the ghost is. That I'm definitely nowhere near that. To get better at the game, man, it's just about repetition. Learn through either resources like in the Phas Discord or my Discord. I have resources. Watching people's videos on tutorials, how to play the game. There's tons of different ways. Like I learned a lot by watching people play and asking questions and just being curious. And I think, and the more you play, the more you put it to the test and you can say, oh, that's true because I just had that happen to me. Always take everything with a grain of salt, unless it comes directly from the Phas server or Phas socials or Phas team. If it's not from them, take it with a grain of salt, unless it's from a very reliable source. Because like I will still from time to time say something that's not right because I can't remember everything. But I will do my damnedest to remember as much as I can. All right. YouTube's, TikToks, thank you guys so much for hanging out today. I love you all. I will be live again on Wednesday, friends. Live again on Wednesday. Except TikTok, I will be live for lunch. Doing my TikTok stream, as always. That is the thing. Lunchtime, TikTok, I'll be there. Like the person that thought Bleasdale was still going away. Yeah, you mean in Mel's chat? They were so adamant that Bleasdale was leaving. Well, will you remember saying you'll remember? Noob, you can't say that because you know the answer will be no. Yeah, somebody was in Mel's chat, in Epic Type Pants chat earlier today, saying that they heard Bleasdale was getting, was going to be like redone. And we said, but it already has been redone. They're like, no, it's going to be redone now. We're like, no, it already has been done. And then they're like, oh, I started playing after Chronicle. It's like, okay, but that doesn't change the fact that it's already been done. Oh, okay. What? Lady Doom, welcome in. Any word on the outfits update? I think, and I said this earlier, I said this before, I think that character customization is going to come this year, and I don't think we're going to start seeing a lot of the cosmetics until early next year. That's my guess. Can I have what they had? I don't know what they had. Blondie, I can't give you what they had because I don't know what it is. Can't wait. I'm excited to see the new characters. I'm excited to see what they do with the ghost models. I'm excited to see what they do with the revamped maps, the diner. Like, there's so much stuff. And if you guys are ever curious what they're working on, if you're ever curious, if you go to the Trello, you can get all of the information. And this is a reliable source. This is from them. This is directly from them. Okay. This is their Trello. They update this. This is not updated by some outside source. This is from the Kinetic team. This tells you where everything lies. So now you understand what is planned, what is in concept, in progress, as in they're working on it right now. Internal testing goes to closed beta for a little bit, then gets released to us. New location, that's the diner. Player character overhaul, that. You can see new player characters with closing customization, new immersive animation system for VR. Yeah, all the things. Oh, Chuck, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. What is Horror 2.0? It is something that has been talked about for years, about a way to just revamp this game and to make it scary AF. Yeah. Quibble, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, friend. Oh my gosh, I'm on the tail end, friend. But we're talking about all the fat stuff though. The Trello, we're talking about all the things that are coming soon-ish, maybe, we hope. How are you? How was stream? What'd you do? And KRB, thank you for the 3 months, dude. And they had to wait to update a lot because of the transition and the cross-platform. Yeah, getting to console was one of the biggest things that they've ever done. And then once they did that, now it's just they can trudge forward with the team that they have because their team is large enough that they can start pushing out updates faster with more customization. It's gone a long way, man. A long, long way. And here we are. Found out while rating you. Oh no, Quibble, I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Doing some cozy customs with the hubs and the mods. There you go. It's a great night. How was the stream? It was good. I did the weekly. Then after the weekly, I did some night. I say cozy. It was random nightmares. So it sent me to like Tanglewood and Willow and then Point Hope, unfortunately. But then we got to do Camp Woodwind. For the first time ever in Phasmo, I've played this game for over 3,500 hours. For the first time ever have I brought an item back to the truck to get EMF 5. Because normally, what do? You have something get thrown, you grab the EMF and you go. I was in the map and the ghost threw something and I was like, oh, I want to check for EMF, but I don't have one in here. I grabbed the item and ran to the truck, turned on the EMF reader and got EMF 5. That is the first time I've ever had that happen before. Yeah. So that was cool. That was neat. And then I turned around and immediately got dots. I was like, what the hell's going on? Yeah. Stinky Wraith, but it worked. It was fine. But yeah, this is what's going on. So you can see what they're, if you're curious where this is it internal testing yet? Have they even thought about it? But look, console, keyboard, and mouse support. This is something that gets asked about a lot. You can tell if there's writing inside because you'll see this little guy here. So like the lore update, a rework of the current lore surrounding the maps, ghost player characters, and overall world. This might affect the movie. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah. I know you could do that. Yeah. I mean, the item, if you think about it, when the ghost throws an item, let's say that you have the EMF reader and you have the item, right? If the ghost throws an item, there is a time frame that you are able to get the EMF reading on that item. So it is time based. So you just need to get the item to the EMF in that amount of time, or the EMF to that item to be able to check. So I could have just gotten a regular EMF, but as soon as I turned it on, boop, EMF 5. Unfortunately, Point of Hope, well, that's one of your favorites? No, it's not one of my favorites. I always get a ghost at the top. It sucks. Yeah. There's a movie planned. Yes. Yes. Blumhouse is going to be making a Phasmo movie, and they're working very closely with the Kinetic Games team to do it. Yeah. Branks, welcome in. I think the new player outfits will be the dark. That's what we're thinking too, Rye. Yeah. The character customization area will probably be where Pam is right now. Probably. Yeah. Oh, James, you're good. No worries. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for all the follows. Welcome. Yeah. I'm excited. Again, they've been doing a really, really good job about getting updates out. Such a good job. I'm excited for all of it. I mean, we just got Grafton, right? We had Chronicle, Grafton. After Grafton, we are probably going to get the diner at some point soon. We don't know exactly when that's going to happen, but it's in progress. They're working hard on it right now. Yeah. Yeah, they're making a movie. Yep. You can go check their socials. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Adaptation of FNAF was well executed, so I'm looking forward to Phasmo. I'm just curious to know what kind of a story it's going to be. Yeah, I wish they would allow more players. Maybe. We've talked, I would be curious to see what it felt like to be with like a 6-player lobby. I have a feeling it would be too much. Hope you have an amazing rest of the night. Gonna get some sleeps. No worries, Quibble. I feel you. I'll be hitting the hay soon too. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just realized someone yeah, dude, it happens. It happens. I've been randomly gifted to even streams I've never been to before. Can't wait till they make it where it is a shade and wow, dude. Wow. That would not be very nice. That would be a really awful movie. Can you show the oh. Yes, I can. Yeah, give me a sec. I'll reopen the Trello. Now the blog post roadmap. Are you talking about just showing the image of the roadmap like this guy? Showing this? You just got your favorite of the drown badge. Hell yeah. That's one of my favorite badges in the entire game, and it's one of the easiest badges you're ever going to get. Yeah, I love that badge. I say easy because we know the Easter egg. When we didn't know the Easter egg, we spent all stream figuring it out. But we did figure it out, though. Yeah. Good night, Ayla. Have a good one. But yeah, this is where we are. So Some things have happened. Some things are coming. I'm surprised they have not updated this yet because we know what the map is. Yeah. Still bummed. I'm forever going to be bummed about the events. But like we said earlier, as long as they continue to push out updates and we see progress, I'm not going to mind as much. Do I want custom events? Of course. Would I rather they like go back and flip a switch or something if they could, so that we could play the other events that are not these? Absolutely. Do I give a damn about collective points to unlock shit? Not at all. I don't think most people care about that. But if it's just something extra to do while they're working on other stuff, so be it. Do we know any lore from Grafton? I think we know a little bit. And I think we know a little bit of lore based on Bleasdale. Yeah, I don't remember exactly how it goes, but I'm fairly certain that in a timeline, it is Grafton and then Bleasdale. So Grafton is where the girl used to live with her parents. And then her parents passed away from something, from something. And she was trying to get, I think she was trying to get rid of the ghost or get rid of the spirit. So then she like left Grafton, left that house to go live at Bleasdale with her grandparents. But then stuff happened there too. The lore is slightly intertwined. The granddaughter moved from Grafton to Bleasdale. Yeah. There's some things you can find in Bleasdale that actually give you some of that information. So there's like a diary. Hold on. Give me a sec. Where is it? I spelled dairy, not diary. That is not helpful. I was just trying to get you guys the image so you could see it. Cal, thank you for the 4 months. So there's this diary can be found in Bleasdale upstairs in the attic on the desk. It's a little hard to read, but someone did their best trying to decipher what we could see. September 23rd, almost a decade since Grafton Farm, since my parents were taken in our home. I always wondered why them, but now it's here. It followed me. It wants me. It wanted me all along. I will protect Gran and Grandpa. I will not let it happen again. I will stop you. So we had information all along about Grafton coming up next. Yeah. So that's been there. There's other things we have found too, like inside of Bleasdale, inside of one of the closets, the closet in the office, there's a gun case with a missing gun. Inside of Grafton, we find the pictures of the grandparents, but their faces are all scratched out and stuff. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff, man. There is all sorts of stuff. I don't think we've had anybody put it all together though in like a video or anything. I don't think that's happened. Explains the house being totally wrecked. Mm-hmm. I still want a Slendy ID card. I would be down for a Slendy ID card. What if like what if there's like an Easter egg where like you take a picture of all of the Slendies and then you unlock a badge? I mean, I think the odds of getting Slender are like 30% or something like that. So it would take some time. Slendy ID card. I think that'd be cool. That one inaccessible room. Which room? But if you think about Grafton, think about like the doll room. We were talking about that the other stream. You have the doll room where the main door has been barricaded shut, but the way to get into that room is like a blasted side, right? Love a Jason ID card. I don't know if they're going to go that far. In Grafton, the boarded room. Yeah. Yep, doorways are blocked off. I knew it couldn't be that easy. Quibble, I appreciate you. Imagine if you did that, had a chance to appear in the lobby. Let's go. That'd be super cool. Left of the bathroom. Oh, that one. Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. It's when you go up the stairs in Grafton, bathrooms in front of you, the door to the left is completely barricaded. I think part of that too is because that room is like basically blown off, like it's gone. I think that's part of it too. Yeah. All right. As I said, friends, there's been a lot of as I said, I once said, what I said before. I don't know. That's been happening a lot. But I'm probably going to post my farmhouse video tomorrow, technically today. So it's going to be my one where I earn the farmhouse badge. And then I'll post the weekly video on Wednesday. We've been doing obviously a crap ton of Phas because I want people to have the best opportunity possible to earn the drops. And the more we play Phas or stream Phas, the more opportunity there is for people to get it. So once drops are done, then we can start incorporating some whatever Wednesdays again. We always delay. It's what we do. Listen, we got all of our retro talk out of the way during stream, so we don't have to do that now. Lots of goo theories. People are sleeping together in the main bedroom. Ties to patient 07. Wait, someone said they were 007. Which one is it? Retro talk is always welcome. Listen, we deep dived hard. It was a good old dive. We talked about everything. Basically everything back to my same nostalgia shit. 90s retro. We were talking about just old TV shows and movies and everything else. Is it still the Grafton badge or the reporter? No, that the reporter one is if you're a Kinetic Games partner. That is different. Sad. Yeah. Yeah, you got to be a Kinetic Games partner to get that one. I'm currently looking for possible targets. Hold, please. Hold, please. That would be cool. Like, get out of here. Get out of here with that noise. No, I just got to be a Kinetic Games partner. Yeah. If you're ever curious or you want to be one, they do have a channel inside of their server that has where you can go to see the requirements and everything. Which special badge that you can't get anymore is your favorite? You mean like the old events? What if the granddaughter is patient 07? What if Lilith is the real terror? So many questions. I know what we're going to do. While we're finishing our chat, I will search this way. The old events. Oh, man. I'd have to go back through my badges and choose which one's my favorite. I don't know. It's hard to answer without looking at them. I would have to see them to be able to do that. I just saw a spider go onto my Blades of Chaos from God of War. Oh, my God. Yeah, it's just trying to think of all of them because there's so many badges now. It's endless. It's really hard to imagine every one of them. The snowman event was your fave? Not for me. Oh my God. No, my favorite event is the 2023 Halloween event. That's not going to change. But I don't know if that's my favorite badge from the badges that can't be gotten anymore. The dancing snowman. I remember them tricking me. I put a motion sensor in front of the dancing snowman, not thinking about it, and it was literally setting it off. And I thought the game was broken. You like 2021 Easter? I hated the noise of the Easter eggs being eaten. 2023 Halloween was my shit. That felt like you were going on an adventure. It was great. I loved it. All right, I have ads coming soon, so let's do this before bad things happen. All right, friends, if you're a follower, that first message is for you. If you're a sub, the next one's for you. If you're a little creepy tier 3 that we just so adore, that is for you. We are going to go and raid. Bum, 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 bum. Your you're muted. Yes, good. Okay, good. Good, good, good. All right, we are gonna go. I'm just deciding. I was using live follower to find our raid target. But I also would like to try to find people that are using cameras. Thank you, Shattered. I appreciate you. All right, if you guys get ads, I'm sorry. I'm going to snooze them, but some of you guys might get them. The ones that are currently watching should not get them. We're going to go over here. All right. We are going to go visit a new bean. We are going to go and visit. Their name is Babya. I have never been in their stream before, but they follow us. So I used a live follower. Yeah. If you guys are, if you're a content creator and you've never seen this before, I created with my friend a website that allows you to find people that already follow you that are live right now so that you can find raid targets. So then you can go and see if they follow you, who follows you. You can see if you follow them back, how many viewers they have. You can choose what game you're looking for, all that noise. All the good stuff. I love it. I love it. I was an idea. I did none of the work. Frowsy's the one that did all the work. Yeah, I love it. Support the ones that support you. It's a really great way of doing it. I've used this website more than I can imagine to count. But you guys are amazing. Thank you for all the freaking love. You guys are awesome. We're well on our way to the freaking extended goal for August to make Mrs. Flash play Phaz again. But you guys are awesome. I love you all. I will see you guys on Wednesday for more shenanigans. Who knows what it'll be. There's the rest of the socials. I love you guys. I will see you next time. Bye.